Chapter 826. You're quite tactful. Qin Feiyang muttered, and then whispered a few words into Yang Wei's ear. After Yang Wei heard this, his face suddenly twitched, and said with a wry smile, "You can even think of this, I really admire your brain." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Sure. After a few breaths of time, the golden-armored man and the others landed opposite the two of them. A total of 11 people. The golden-armored man was a 2-star battle saint, and the other 10 were 9-star battle sect. Pagoda master? Seeing Yang Wei, the 11 of them were stunned. Immediately after, the golden-armored man then asked, "My lord, where is the city lord?" "Dead." Yang Wei said expressionlessly. "What?" The group of people's expressions changed. Yang Wei glanced at Qin Feiyang, looked at the 11 people, and coldly snorted. He and Qin Feiyang are in cahoots. This pagoda master naturally has to kill him. The group of people was extremely shocked. The golden-armored man hurriedly said, "My lord, are you mistaken? How could the city lord collude with Qin Feiyang? I don't want to believe it either, but it's the truth." Yang Wei said. The 11 of them looked at each other. "My lord, I remember that 3 days ago, you personally said that before catching Qin Feiyang, you would not fly over the ice river, but now," the golden-armored man suddenly said, looking at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Obviously, he was also suspicious of their identities. "What? Are you suspecting me?" The pagoda master's gaze turned cold. "I wouldn't dare." The golden-armored man hurriedly shook his head and said, "I'm just a little curious. It's not up to you to ask what this pagoda wants to do. Just do your job well." Yang Wei said coldly. "Yes." The golden-armored man hurriedly replied, his face full of panic. Yang Wei nodded his head as his expression softened. He said, "Seeing that you are quite capable, I will now officially appoint you as the city lord of Tianqian City. I hope that you can manage this city well." "Appoint me as the city lord?" The golden-armored man's eyes trembled. Yang Wei said, "You're not willing? I'll find someone else then." Yes. This subordinate is willing to do my best for my lord until my death." The golden-armored man hurriedly bowed, unable to conceal the joy on his face. This surprise came too suddenly, so much so that this person threw the doubts in his heart to the back of his mind. "Yes. Remember to take precautions. Previously, I received news that this Qin Feiyang has already entered the 4th district. He should be arriving at Tianqian City soon." Yang Wei said. "So fast?" The golden-armored man was startled. He nodded and said, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate will go arrange it right away. Go." Yang Wei waved his hand. "This subordinate will take his leave." The golden-armored man bowed. "By the way, don't spread the news that the city lord colluded with Qin Feiyang, so as not to cause panic." Yang Wei said again. "Okay." The golden-armored man nodded and flew towards the stone bridge in the south with the group of guards behind him. After the group of people left, Qin Feiyang immediately gave Yang Wei a thumbs up. This guy is quite talented in acting. Whether it was the posture or the tone, it was exactly the same as Wu Yong. Whoosh. Then, the two flew into Tianqian City and headed straight for the Pill Tower in the center of the city. At the same time, in the west of the city, there was a suburb. There were many independent courtyards here. In one of the courtyards, a purple-clothed young man was sitting on the balcony of the attic, leisurely drinking tea. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize that it was Mu Qing at a glance. The black-clothed old woman was also sitting next to Mu Qing. Her aura was unfathomable. Soon, 2 streams of flowing light flew over the sky. Mu Qing was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the 2 streams of flowing light. His eyes suddenly shot out wisps of light. "Wu Yong. We've waited for so long. It's the same as waiting for him to appear. If I take him down, I can only get his blood. The flame of Tianqian will be ours." The black-clothed old woman stood up, cold light flashing in her eyes. "Don't worry." Mu Qing reached out to stop her. He looked at the 2 streams of flowing light again. His dark eyes were suffused with a layer of strange light. How could it be him? At that moment, He raised his eyebrows. Who? The black-clothed old woman was surprised. Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang? The black-clothed old woman was stunned. My all-seeing eye can see their real faces. It can't be fake. But I don't understand. Qin Feiyang has never been to the fourth area. How could he know what Wu Yong looks like? Mu Qing frowned. What do you mean? The black-clothed old woman was stunned and asked. The Wu Yong beside him is not the real Wu Yong. It's someone pretending to be him. Mu Qing said. The black-clothed old woman was shocked and asked, what's his cultivation? Mu Qing shook his head and said, I can't see through him, but he's not as strong as you. The black-clothed old woman breathed a sigh of relief. Since he was not as strong as her, there was nothing to worry about. She said, do you want to make a move? It's not the real Wu Yong. What's the point of making a move? But where is the real Wu Yong now? Mu Qing fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of disbelief crept into his eyes. What's wrong? The black-clothed old woman was surprised. Mu Qing said in a deep voice, Qin Feiyang dares to let someone pretend to be Wu Yong. There's only one explanation. The real Wu Yong is dead. The black-clothed old woman was so shocked that she couldn't react for a long time. No. Even if Wu Yong is dead, how would Qin Feiyang know? Could it be that Wu Yong was killed by him? Or did he see Wu Yong die with his own eyes? Mu Qing's mind was in a mess. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his arms made a sound. Mu Qing took out the image crystal and poured his battle qi into it. The shadow of a middle-aged man quickly condensed. Father. Mu Qing was stunned and asked suspiciously, Father, what's the matter? Something big. The middle-aged man said, his face rather gloomy. Mu Qing and the black-clothed old woman looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. The middle-aged man said, you should all know what the two ancestors have been doing all these years. Yes. They are at the Black Dragon Glacier, thinking of ways to seize the heart of the demon dragon and the eye of the demon dragon. Mu Qing said. Yes. But not long ago, the heart of the demon dragon and the eye of the demon dragon were snatched away by Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged man said. What? Mu Qing and the black-clothed old woman's expressions changed. The two ancestors have returned to the clan and told me to find Qin Feiyang no matter what. Qing, you have been with Qin Feiyang for so long. You know him better than us. You must find a way to find him. The middle-aged man said seriously. Wait. What is going on? Why did Qin Feiyang enter the Black Dragon Glacier? Mu Qing frowned. According to the two ancestors, it was the Tower Masters of the third and fourth regions who were greedy for the sacred artifacts on Qin Feiyang and lured Qin Feiyang into the Black Dragon Glacier. The middle-aged man said. Mu Qing's face froze and said in surprise, in other words, the Tower Masters of the third and fourth regions also entered the Black Dragon Glacier? Yes. The middle-aged man said. No wonder this Qin Feiyang dares to let someone impersonate Wu Yong without any scruples. Mu Qing suddenly understood. If he didn't guess wrong, this Wu Yong must have been killed by Qin Feiyang. Patriarch, the person you are looking for, Qin Feiyang, is now in Tianxian City in the fourth region. The black-clothed old woman said. The middle-aged man was stunned and said in surprise, really? Absolutely. Just now, we saw with our own eyes that they flew over us. The black-clothed old woman nodded. Very good. You two go and watch him. Don't let him slip away. I will immediately report to the two ancestors. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he immediately turned off the image crystal. The black-clothed old woman said gloomily, this little bastard can actually snatch the demonic dragon's heart and demonic dragon's eye under the eyes of the two ancestors. He is really capable. Yes. This guy is getting harder and harder to control. Mu Qing sighed deeply and said, let's go. They should be going to the Pill Pagoda. Let's hurry over. The black-clothed old woman nodded and waved her big sleeve, rushing into the sky with Mu Qing. Immediately, she saw Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei standing in front of the Pill Pagoda's gate at this moment. Moreover, the stone gate was slowly opening. The black-clothed old woman's eyes darkened and said, They are really going for the profound sky flame. With Qin Feiyang's brain, how could he ignore the alchemy fire here? But you, didn't I tell you to always pay attention to the pill pagoda? How come you didn't even know that Wu Yong had left the pill pagoda? If we had taken him down when he left the pill pagoda, we would have already gotten the profound sky flame. Mu Qing said unhappily. The black-clothed old woman hurriedly bowed and said, "It is this old servant's fault. Young master, please punish me." Mu Qing rolled her eyes and said, "You have been in the Mu family for so many years. Even my father has to be courteous to you. Do you think I dare to punish you? Be more careful in the future, especially when facing Qin Feiyang. If you are careless, you will suffer a great loss." "Yes." The black-clothed old woman responded respectfully and asked, "What do we do now?" Mu Qing pondered for a moment and said, "It is too late to rush over now. Let them go in. When they come out, we will catch them off guard." "Young master, you are wise," the black-clothed old woman said with admiration. Mu Qing's face twitched and she said helplessly, "Don't flatter me. I don't buy it." The black-clothed old woman smiled bitterly and was quite embarrassed. While the two were talking, the gate of the pill pagoda was completely opened. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei did not hesitate and directly rushed in. Then, they closed the stone door and went straight to the top floor. Just as the stone door closed, Mu Qing and the black-clothed old woman also streaked across the sky and landed on the square in front of the pill pagoda like lightning. "Let's wait here for the rabbit." Mu Qing crossed her arms in front of her chest with a bright smile on her face. Inside the pill pagoda in the 9 districts were taking the assessment at the same time. Therefore, at this moment, there were many disciples in this pill pagoda, but they were all refining pills in the alchemy room. Because of this, Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing smoothly arrived at the top floor. Of course, even if someone found them now, they would not be suspicious. There were a total of 5 alchemy rooms on the top floor. There were numbers on the stone doors of 4 alchemy rooms, except for the one in the middle. According to Qin Feiyang's understanding of the pill pagoda, this unnumbered alchemy room must be Wu Yong's. As expected, when they pushed the door open, there was no one inside. And every place was very neat and clean. Alchemy furnace? Qin Feiyang casually looked around and walked into the alchemy room. Seeing an alchemy furnace on the stone table, he immediately walked over curiously. Because the alchemy furnace was glowing brightly, and one could tell at a glance that its level was not low. The size and shape of the alchemy furnace were similar to that of an ordinary alchemy furnace. But there was one place that was very outstanding. It was the pattern on the alchemy furnace. This pattern was a fiery red scorching sun. It was very realistic. Standing in front of the alchemy furnace, one seemed to be able to feel the heat emitted by the scorching sun. Yang Wei walked into the alchemy room and saw Qin Feiyang staring at the alchemy furnace. He smiled and said, "Wu Yong is dead. Everything here is yours. If you like it, take it away." "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang grinned and waved his hand, sending the alchemy furnace into the castle. Immediately, he walked to the wall next to him and knocked gently. "No." A moment later, he shook his head and walked to the wall on the other side. Dong. Immediately, a low echo came from behind the wall. "It's here." His eyes lit up and he took out the Chang Shui. With a few swipes, he cut open the wall. A dark room with rolling flames also appeared in their line of sight. Yang Wei looked at all this with his mouth agape. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yang Wei said strangely, "Do you often do this kind of thing? Otherwise, how can you find the alchemy fire so quickly?" Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's expression became rather awkward. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Not often, just occasionally." "Occasionally?" Yang Wei shook his head. He would not believe Qin Feiyang's nonsense even if he was beaten to death. "It's true. Actually, I'm very kind," Qin Feiyang said very seriously and turned to walk into the dark room. The waves of fire were rolling and the temperature was extremely high. Steel could be melted in an instant. But for Qin Feiyang, it did not pose any threat. He shuttled through the flames and walked to the front of the mysterious sky flame. Without hesitation, he bit his finger and dripped blood to recognize it as his master. Soon, the blood contract was formed. With a thought, the mysterious sky flame immediately stopped reviving. The raging flames in the dark room also gradually subsided. What's going on? Why is my alchemy fire gone? When the mysterious sky flame stopped reviving, the pill pagoda immediately became a mess. All the disciples ran out of the alchemy room, their faces full of surprise. At the same time, Yang Wei looked at Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the dark room, and asked, "Now that we have the alchemy fire, what should we do next?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go and appease those disciples first." Yang Wei nodded and turned to walk out of the alchemy room. He saw 4 young men and women standing in the hall outside. Without a doubt, those who could stand on the top floor were undoubtedly the most talented young people in the 4th area. "Pagoda Master, why did the alchemy fire suddenly disappear?" The 4 of them looked at Yang Wei in surprise. "It's okay, it's just a small accident. It'll be fine soon. You guys also go down and inform the others to stay in the alchemy room and not run around," Yang Wei said expressionlessly. "All right." The 4 of them nodded and turned to run down. Yang Wei also returned to the alchemy room, closed the stone door, and looked at Qin Feiyang. "It's done." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "I'll go to the castle, wait for me here." Swish. As soon as he finished, he took the mysterious sky flame and disappeared without a trace. As soon as Qin Feiyang entered the castle, Fatso and the others swarmed up and looked curiously at the mysterious sky flame in front of him. Qin Feiyang said, "Get out of the way, I'll see if the nether devil flame can swallow it." The group of people retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the mysterious sky flame flew towards the nether devil flame. As a result, the 2 clusters of alchemy fire floated in the void, peaceful. Lu Hong said, "It's the same as the cold ice flame and the sky thunder flame. Plus the sky sun flame on Mu Qing's body, there are already 4 kinds of alchemy fire. Do you think that the 5th to 9th regions will also have such alchemy fire?" Fatso asked. Everyone shook their heads. Without seeing it with their own eyes, it was really hard to make a judgment. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze, walked to the alchemy furnace, and dripped his blood to recognize it as the owner. The information about the alchemy furnace suddenly poured into his head. "What grade?" Lu Hong asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The 6th grade, called the Scorching Sun Furnace." "Then you really made a fortune this time." Lu Hong pursed her lips and smiled. "Yes, I did. Although the 6th grade alchemy furnace is not as rare as the 6th grade alchemy fire, it is still very expensive. Even the dukes of the imperial capital need 1/3 of their family property to buy a 6th grade alchemy furnace." Qin Feiyang said, "Damn, it's so valuable." When Wolf King heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and said, "I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about this scorching sun furnace." After saying that, he flashed and left the ancient castle, looked at Yang Wei and said with a smile, "The big shots of the Pill Pagoda should be arriving soon. Let's go out and welcome them." The 2 walked out of the alchemy room one after the other. On the way, they also met some disciples who were curious about Qin Feiyang's unfamiliar face, but no one dared to ask more. Soon, the 2 arrived in front of the stone door of the Pill Pagoda. When the stone door opened, Qin Feiyang immediately found Mu Qing standing in the square outside. Mu Qing naturally also saw Qin Feiyang inside. Chapter 8:27. "Are you surprised to see me here?" Mu Qing said with a grin. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. "Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to the Pill Pagoda? Still pretending? What's the point?" Mu Qing was speechless. Sure enough, I've been recognized again. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He really couldn't understand why Mu Qing could recognize him at a glance no matter how he disguised himself. He rubbed his temples, glanced at the old woman in black, and then looked at Mu Qing. A faint smile crept onto his face. "If I don't pretend, how can I satisfy your vanity?" There was obvious mockery in his tone. Mu Qing didn't mind at all. He smiled and said, "Since you're so considerate of me, shouldn't I thank you properly?" That's what I should do. Why don't you give me another divine artifact? Or, give me the space-time gate. By then, I'll definitely pretend to be a grandson in front of you every day. Qin Feiyang chuckled. These words seemed to be a compliment, but in fact, they were mocking him. Because the heavenly thunder sword was snatched under Mu Qing's nose. Mu Qing naturally understood the meaning of Qin Feiyang's words. How could he not be angry when his scar was mercilessly torn open? You're so smart and you didn't miss anything, but you still failed to snatch the heavenly sunflame, right? He suppressed his anger and retorted sarcastically. What's there to show off? If I had the coordinates of all the major areas, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the chance to eat dirt. But you can't. Look at you. You came to Tianqian City before me, but didn't the heavenly sun flame still fall into my hands? Should I say you're incompetent? Or should I say you? Oh, I really can't think of how to describe your stupidity. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Bastard. Mu Qing flew into a rage and shouted without looking back, imprison him. Boom. Before he could finish his words, the old woman in black behind him released a terrifying pressure from her body and pounced towards Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei. She's a war king, she can't be taken head-on. Yang Wei's pupils constricted as he anxiously shouted. I know. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Why hadn't the big shots from Pill Tower yet? Saying these words, on one hand, on the other hand, his was to stall for time. However, the major figures of the Pill Tower were even more delaying than he had imagined. Even now, there was still no movement. Let's not talk about his methods, just his cultivation. Right now, he was a 4-star War Master, while Qin Feiyang was a 7-star War Master. There was a difference of 3 small realms. You really disappoint me. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and glanced at the old woman in black, saying, Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Take your time. After saying that, he was about to bring Yang Wei into the castle. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying aura descended. Is he here? Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei looked up at the sky. At the same time, Mu Qing and the old woman in black also looked up at the sky, their eyes full of anticipation. In fact, they were all waiting for someone. Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing were waiting for the big shots from Pill Tower. Mu Qing and Mu Qing were waiting for the patriarch of the Mu family. Therefore, when the aura appeared, they all thought that it was the person they were waiting for. Whoosh! Under their gazes. Finally, a middle-aged man landed in the sky above Pill Tower. He was wearing a long white robe and his figure was tall. His eyebrows were like swords and there were strands of white hair on his head. He was full of vicissitudes of life. Is he a big shot from Pill Tower? Qin Feiyang mumbled. Qin Feiyang knew nothing about Pill Tower. Naturally, he did not know much about the big shots in Pill Tower. Therefore, he could not be sure whether this person was from Pill Tower or not. Why are you here? But suddenly, Mu Qing exclaimed. Qin Feiyang was stunned and he lowered his head to look at Mu Qing. Mu Qing and the old woman in black stared at the man in white, looking extremely shocked. What was going on? Could it be that Mu Qing and Mu Qing knew the man in white? At the same time, the man in white glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other 3. His gaze landed on the old woman in black and he said, Mu Li, why are you here? We really know each other. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the old woman in black again, only to see that the old woman's expression was quite ugly at this moment. This time, he had an answer in his heart. The man in white and Mu Qing did know each other, but their relationship was definitely not very good. And the mysterious lady once said that if he wanted to find out the details of the Mu family, he had to go to the Central Divine Kingdom. In other words, the Mu family was in the Central Divine Kingdom. And this man in white and the old woman in black knew each other and could call out her name at once. This was enough to prove that the man in white must also be from the Central Divine Kingdom. Who is Wu Yong? At this time, the man in white asked. Yang Wei's eyes trembled and he asked, Qin Feiyang, how should I answer? Answer truthfully. Qin Feiyang secretly said. He was already sure that this man was a big shot from Pill Tower. Because this man could call out Wu Yong's name at once. It also meant that, although this man could call out Wu Yong's name, he did not know Wu Yong and had never seen him before. Otherwise, he would not ask this question. I am. Yang Wei stepped forward and said respectfully, "May I ask who you are?" The man in white said, "I am the divine envoy of the Central Divine Kingdom's main pagoda, responsible for arresting Qin Feiyang." Central Divine Kingdom. Yang Wei's body shook and he bowed. "Greetings, divine envoy." Qin Feiyang also hurriedly bowed. "Divine envoy of the main pagoda, why did he come to the fourth area?" At the same time, Mu Qing frowned and looked confused. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, secretly saying, "Are you playing tricks?" "Who knows?" Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. At this time, the man in white looked at Qin Feiyang, looked up and down, and then looked at Yang Wei and asked, "Who is he?" Yang Wei hurriedly said, "Sir, he is this subordinate's follower." The man in white nodded and asked, "Where is Qin Feiyang now?" Qin Feiyang secretly said to Yang Wei, "Quickly tell him that Mu Qing and the others are here to snatch the profound sky flame." "All right." Yang Wei replied, looked at the man in white, and said respectfully, "Qin Feiyang hasn't appeared yet, but these two people are also here to snatch the profound sky flame." The man in white raised his eyebrows, looked at Mu Qing and the old woman in black, and said, "What does your Mu family want to do?" Mu Qing hurriedly said, "Divine envoy, don't misunderstand." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and directly interrupted Mu Qing's words, saying, "Sir Divine Envoy, the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame were indeed snatched by Qin Feiyang, but the heavenly sun flame of the third area is in Mu Qing's hands." His original plan was to wait for Mu Qing to disguise herself as him and come to snatch the profound sky flame. At that time, when the big shots of the Pill Tower appeared, they would naturally take action against Mu Qing. But plans could never keep up with changes. He didn't expect that Mu Qing would actually find out that he had entered Tianxian City. Now, Mu Qing didn't disguise herself as him, so the original plan couldn't be carried out. So, he had to seal Mu Qing's mouth as much as possible. Otherwise, when Mu Qing said that he was Qin Feiyang, the man in white would definitely be suspicious. "Don't slander me," Mu Qing shouted coldly, looking at the man in white, saying, "Divine envoy, in fact, this person is." But before he finished, Qin Feiyang said, "Are you trying to say that I am Qin Feiyang? Don't quibble. Although that day, you disguised yourself as Qin Feiyang and snatched the heavenly sun flame to frame him, because of your arrogance, you also exposed a fatal flaw." Qin Feiyang sneered. "What flaw?" Mu Qing frowned. "Have you forgotten? When you went to Tianxian City to snatch the heavenly sun flame, the old witch beside you didn't disguise herself." Qin Feiyang sneered. "Oh no." Mu Qing's expression changed. Back then, he indeed didn't let the old woman in black disguise herself. He deliberately wanted to let Qin Feiyang know that he was the one who snatched the heavenly sun flame. In this way, seeing that Qin Feiyang knew that he was the one behind it but couldn't do anything, he felt very happy. But he never thought that Qin Feiyang would call people from the main pagoda headquarters. At this moment, he had an impulse. He wanted to open Qin Feiyang's head to see what was inside. Why was it that no matter what happened, it couldn't stop this bastard? At the same time, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the man in white's eyes also surged with a bone-piercing killing intent, looking at the old woman in black, saying, "So that old woman in black is you." When the pagoda masters of the major regions reported, they all mentioned the old woman in black. But because they didn't report the appearance of the old woman in black, before coming, he didn't know what the old woman in black looked like. Only now did he know that the old woman in black was the previous housekeeper of the Mu family. Then there's no suspense. Qin Feiyang was indeed framed, and the heavenly sun flame has fallen into the hands of the Mu family. Looking at the man in white's eyes, the old woman in black frowned and pointed to Qin Feiyang, saying, What about me? Let me tell you, don't bite people like a dog." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, looking at the man in white and said, "My lord, these two people are cunning, please punish them quickly." "Yes. The evidence is conclusive, there's nothing more to say." Yang Wei nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly rushed out of the man in white's body and swept across the sky. Emperor's aura. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Although he couldn't see through this person's cultivation, he was sure that this person's strength was no worse than the old woman in black. Because if the old woman in black wasn't strong, he wouldn't dare to make a move. My pill pagoda has always respected your Mu family, and never provoked you. But I didn't expect that your Mu family would plot against us behind our backs. This matter, we can't let it go. The man in white took a step forward and instantly landed in front of the old woman in black, and ruthlessly slapped his palm. The wind from his palm was like thunder, roaring in all directions. Young lord, run. The old woman in black's face changed, quickly pushed Mu Qing away, and at the same time, raised her other hand to meet the man in white. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, a destructive wave of air rushed out in all directions with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Puff! Immediately, the old woman in black spat out a mouthful of blood, and her arm was directly shattered, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. On the other hand, the man in white was like a mountain standing firmly in the void, not moving at all. Damn, so strong. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yang Wei was also dumbfounded by what he saw. He really didn't expect that the so-called divine messenger of the Pill Pagoda was so powerful. But suddenly, a fatal sense of crisis in the hearts of the two people in the banquet. The two suddenly quivered, and quickly looked up to the void. Yang Wei shouted, "Not good, Tianxian City will be destroyed." That destructive wave of air was too terrifying, and no one could stop it. "Don't worry, with me here, no one can destroy this city," the man in white said without turning his head, showing off his unparalleled confidence. Then, he waved his big sleeve, and the roaring wave of air in the void disappeared in an instant. What is this person's cultivation? Chapter 828. At the same time, Mu Qing also opened a portal and was ready to escape. But the man in white just waved his hand and the portal shattered. Mu Qing, who had one foot in the portal, was also blown away on the spot. His body was broken into pieces and blood stained the sky. Young master. The old woman in black's expression changed drastically. She quickly stabilized her body and rushed toward Mu Qing. Young master. The man in white frowned and looked up and down at Mu Qing. He suddenly said, "So you're the young master of the Mu family who has activated the all-seeing eye." All-seeing eye? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Sir Messenger, what is the all-seeing eye?" The man in white said, "The all-seeing eye is also a kind of fighting soul. It can see through everything in the world and distinguish between the real and the fake." See through everything in the world? Qin Feiyang was shocked and said, "In other words, no matter how you disguise yourself, he can see through your original appearance?" "Yes." The man in white nodded and said, "And cultivation and whereabouts and so on." "So that's it." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. No wonder Mu Qing could predict his whereabouts in the Nine Nether Underworld. No wonder Mu Qing could see through his identity again and again all these years. It turned out that this person had activated such a heaven-defying fighting soul. At this time, the old woman in black landed beside Mu Qing and held Mu Qing in her arms. Mu Qing's face was pale and her body was stained with blood. Her consciousness was already dissipating. "I don't want to die," Mu Qing murmured. Her voice was inaudible and her breath was extremely weak. "Don't worry, you won't die. I'll take you back to the family immediately." The black-robed old woman comforted him and then opened another portal. "Even if you want to leave, you have to leave the heavenly sun flame." The man in white's eyes turned cold. He reached out his hand and the portal was instantly shattered. "Don't go too far. Let me tell you, if anything happens to the young master here, your Pill Pagoda will face the anger of everyone in the Mu family." The black-clothed old woman said gloomily, "I admit that your Mu clan is indeed very strong and mysterious. Until now, no one knows about your Mu clan's background. However, the fact that my Pill Tower was able to control the Forgotten Continent for so many years is not an undeserved reputation," the white-robed man said domineeringly. After saying this, he took a step forward and instantly appeared above the two of them. Then, he aimed a kick at the old woman's head. "Bastard!" The black-clothed old woman was furious, and a huge shadow appeared behind her. It was a human figure, but his face could not be seen clearly. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of blood-red light, and he was filled with an astonishing baleful aura. Human-shaped fighting soul. Qin Feiyang was quite surprised. I have experienced this fighting soul before. Although it is very strong, it is a pity that your cultivation is too weak. The white-robed man smiled contemptuously. He stretched out his arm and pointed at the air. A brilliant battle chi burst out like a giant python and charged toward the human-shaped battle spirit. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering explosion, the fighting soul instantly shattered and turned into ashes. Puff! The black-clothed old woman spurted out blood. Like a meteorite, she flew out with Mu Qing. As for Mu Qing, she had already closed her eyes. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. If you don't hand over the heavenly sun flame, not to mention him, even you will die here. The white-robed man said coldly. He stepped on the void and closed in on the two of them. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a peerless divine sword, revealing a terrifying sharpness. The black-clothed old woman looked at the white-robed man and pointed at Qin Feiyang. She shouted, "He is the Qin Feiyang that you are looking for. Why don't you kill him?" Qin Feiyang said disdainfully, "Do you think it is useful to say this now?" "Yes. He is Qin Feiyang." But now, would the white-robed man believe it? He would only think that this was a lie made up by the black-clothed old woman in order to escape. As expected, the white-robed man did not even look back at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were firmly locked on the black-clothed old woman, and there was a strong murderous intent on his cold face. "Little bastard, you are good this time, but don't be complacent too early." The black-clothed old woman glanced at Qin Feiyang gloomily. She took out Mu Qing's Chenkuan bag and was about to take out the heavenly sun flame. Boom! But at this moment, an even more terrifying aura suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. "Who is it?" the white-robed man shouted. Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei's pupils also shrank, and they looked at the sky in surprise. Whoosh! Suddenly, two old figures descended from the void above. They were two old men. One of them was wearing a purple robe. He had a ruddy face and white hair, and his aura was earth-shattering. The other person was wearing a snow-white robe. He had white hair and a white beard, and he looked like an immortal. "It's them." Seeing these two people, Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei's faces instantly turned pale. Because these two people were the two powerful old monsters they met in the Black Dragon Glacier. But how did they find this place? "Greetings to the great ancestor, second ancestor." The black-clothed old woman was ecstatic and bowed. "What?" The white-robed man's face changed. He looked at the purple-clothed old man in horror and said, "You are the great ancestor and second ancestor of the Mu clan?" "It is us." The purple-clothed old man said expressionlessly. "Impossible, it is said that you have been in the Black Dragon Glacier for so many years. How could you suddenly appear here?" The white-robed man said in shock. And after knowing the identity of these two people, Qin Feiyang also suddenly realized. No wonder these two people could freely enter and leave the Black Dragon Glacier. It turned out that they were the two ancestors of the Mu clan. Mu Qing had also said that the Mu clan controlled the Real Spacetime Gate. The Real Spacetime Gate could even transport the Nine Nether Underworld, let alone a mere Black Dragon Glacier. The two old men glanced at the white-robed man. When they saw Mu Qing lying in the black-clothed old woman's arms, their faces suddenly changed. The purple-clothed old man said gloomily, "What happened to Qing?" The black-clothed old woman shuddered and hurriedly knelt in the void and said, "This old servant is useless. I could not protect the young master. Please punish me." The purple-clothed old man shouted, "Answer this old man, who hurt him?" "It's him." The black-clothed old woman pointed at the white-robed man. "You are courting death." The purple-clothed old man suddenly looked at the white-robed man with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. "It seems that this Mu Qing is very important in the Mu clan," Qin Feiyang muttered. At the same time, the white-robed man frowned and seemed to be a little afraid of these two people. He said, "I admit that I was a little too heavy-handed, but I also want to ask you, why did you steal the alchemy fire of our pill tower? What do you think?" The purple-clothed old man sneered. The white-robed man's pupils shrank, and he said in a deep voice, "So, you already know the secret of these alchemy fires?" "Yes. Your pill tower deliberately put these alchemy fires in the 9 major areas. It can be said that you hid it very well, but you can't hide it from my Mu clan's investigation." The purple-clothed old man said contemptuously. "Presumptuous. Don't forget, in this forgotten continent, my pill tower is the one with the highest authority, and your Mu clan is just an outsider." The white-robed man shouted angrily. "No matter where my Mu clan is, we are the king that the world looks up to. A mere pill tower is nothing. If this old man remembers correctly, you should be the divine envoy of the main tower. However, even if you are the divine envoy, you still have to die for hurting Qing. The purple-clothed old man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Boom! Battle chi surged. A giant hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere, covering the sky and the sun. Following closely, the purple-clothed old man waved his hand, and the giant hand suddenly fell, slapping towards the white-robed man. The white-robed man wanted to leave. But at the same time, an invisible pressure gushed out from the purple-clothed old man's body, and instantly swept across the sky, firmly confining the white-robed man in the void. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei also fell into the pressure, unable to move. Even the entire Tianqian city at this moment, as if they were frozen, their faces were full of despair. "The two of you, listen to me. No matter what, you must report everything that the Mu clan has done to the master of the main tower. The sooner the better." The white-robed man roared at Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei, and then his whole body released a destructive aura. Boom! In the next moment, under Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei's horrified gaze, the white-robed man's body suddenly exploded in the void. A wave of qi that could destroy the world suddenly roared out, sweeping in all directions. Under the impact of the wave of qi, although the pressure that imprisoned Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei did not collapse, it was a little relaxed. Qin Feiyang seized this opportunity, and decisively took Yang Wei to the ancient castle. However, Tianqian city was not spared. Not only was the city razed to the ground, but the more than 2 million people in the city were all killed tragically. In just a moment, Tianqian city no longer existed, and only the pill tower was left, still intact in the ruins. But in the face of all this, the Mu clan's great ancestor, second ancestor, and the black-robed old woman were extremely calm. The purple-clothed old man glanced around, and looked at the black-robed old woman, and asked, "Where is Qin Feiyang?" The black-robed old woman said, "The strong man who disappeared just now. Little bastard, you can really run." The purple-clothed old man's eyes were cold, and said, "Immediately take the young lord back to recuperate, and also tell the patriarch to block the news of the Black Dragon Glacier." "Yes." The black-robed old woman respectfully replied, opened a portal, and quickly left. After watching the two leave, the white-clothed old man glanced at the ruins below, and said, "Qin Feiyang, didn't you always want to know the origin of our Mu clan? Come out, this old man will tell you everything, including the reason why we lured you to the forgotten continent." Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei had already recovered their original appearance. Hearing the white-clothed old man's words, Qin Feiyang's face immediately showed a trace of a sneer. "You want to trick me out like this? Do you think I'm an idiot?" He was sure that as soon as he went out, he would definitely be killed by these two people. Outside, the purple-clothed old man said, "Don't waste your energy, this little bastard is as smart as an old fox, he won't come out." The white-clothed old man frowned, and continued, "Qin Feiyang, as long as you are willing to return the demon dragon's eye and demon dragon's heart to us, we will give you all the pill fire in the 9 regions. Also, please come to our Mu clan as a guest, and truly understand our Mu clan." He added another sentence. But after a while, Qin Feiyang did not appear. "Let me tell you, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Those who oppose our Mu clan, no one has a good ending." Chapter 829. TSK, what's so great about the Mu family? Who do you think you are? You don't know anything. In the ancient castle, Fatso sneered again and again. "You don't say, this Mu family is really not ordinary." Yang Wei said, his face full of fear. "Are you afraid?" Fat Lord, Let me tell you, in less than 10 years, we will definitely trample them under our feet. Fatso said confidently. Yang Wei was slightly stunned and said speechlessly, I really don't know who gave you such confidence. Lu Hong asked, by the way, where's the divine envoy of the main pagoda? Yang Wei said, he self-destructed his body. Self-destructed? Everyone looked at each other. Wolf King asked suspiciously, how? Yang Wei said, self-destructing one's body is a method of mutual destruction. That's right. I've read about this in ancient books before. The self-destruction of one's body can produce a terrifying destructive power. And this destructive power far surpasses one's cultivation. But the condition is that only those who have stepped into the combat emperor realm can self-destruct their body. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Fatso and the others nodded in realization. Lu Hong asked, then how powerful is this self-destruction? It has to surpass a perfect battle art. For example, a 1-star combat emperor's self-destruction can instantly kill a 5-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang said. Surpass a perfect battle art. So terrifying? The few of them were dumbfounded. It's indeed terrifying, but unless it's a last resort, who would be willing to self-destruct their body? Because once one chooses to self-destruct, it's the same as choosing death. Even a divine pill can't save one. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. To step into the combat emperor realm, those with good talent will need a few thousand years, and those with average talent will need tens of thousands of years. They cherish their lives more than others. Don't talk about self-destructing. Even if they lose a piece of flesh, their hearts will ache. Frankly speaking, even if I am an 8-star battle saint, if I were to choose, I would rather live on while at death's door than die. Yang Wei sighed. However, it's obvious that the self-destruction of the Chief Tower's messenger did not cause any harm to the 2 ancestors of the Mu family. From this, it can be seen how powerful those 2 people are. Qin Feiyang said, his face full of worry. When he knew nothing about the Mu family, he wasn't that worried. But now, as he slowly understood the situation, he became more and more fearful of this mysterious family. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Yang Wei. Seeing the latter's helpless expression, he frowned and said, could it be that you've always thought that you were struggling at death's door by following us? Isn't that so? Yang Wei asked. Qin Feiyang did not say anything more. Yang Wei had just joined this small team, and the estrangement in his heart would not disappear in a short period of time. Outside, after not seeing Qin Feiyang for a long time, the old man in white had completely lost his patience. Little bastard, you want to play with us? Fine. We'll play with you to the end. The old man in white gritted his teeth and turned to the old man in purple. He transmitted his voice, go and kill everyone in the Pill Pagoda. Okay. The old man in purple nodded and rushed down toward the Pill Pagoda. When Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei came out of the Pill Pagoda, they did not close the stone door of the Pill Pagoda. Therefore, everything that happened outside could be heard clearly from inside the room. Because of this, the disciples of the Pill Pagoda were all gathered on the first floor, looking at the old man in purple and the old man in white with fear. Especially after hearing the words of the old man in white, the group of people were even more frightened. Some ran desperately to the alchemy room above, while others rushed up, wanting to close the stone door of the Pill Pagoda. However, the strongest among them was only a battle king, and the weakest was a martial master. How could their speed compare to the old man in purple? There was no suspense. The old man in purple rushed into the Pill Pagoda and mercilessly massacred. After he left behind a ground full of corpses and broken limbs. The scene was extremely bloody. The old man in white sent another sound transmission, go and search the surroundings carefully. See if there are any survivors. Also, kill all the fierce beasts in the ice river. Whoosh. The old man in purple immediately turned into a ray of light and flew towards the ice river. Roar. Aoo. Soon. Pained beast roars came from the 4 sides of the ice river, resounding for thousands of miles. A short while passed. The old man in purple returned, his entire body brimming with killing intent. The old man in white scanned the area below and said, Qin Feiyang, this old man will ask you one last time. Do you want to come out? After 10 breaths of time, there was still no sign of Qin Fei Yang. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the old man in white, and he said to the old man in purple, "Go to the other areas immediately and pretend to be Qin Fei Yang's accomplice. Snatch away all the pill fire." "What about you?" the old man in purple asked. The old man in white sneered, "His ancient castle can't be moved. I'll wait here. Let's see who can outlast the other." The old man in purple said, "Then do you want to get rid of the tower masters of these areas?" "Yes. But remember, you must not let anyone know that this is the Mu family's doing. I don't want to fall out with the pill tower now," the old man in white reminded. "Understood." The old man in purple nodded, opened a portal, and quickly left. "Little bastard, we can wait in the Black Dragon Glacier for 10,000 years. Naturally, we can wait here for you for 10,000 years. Let's slowly wait." The old man in white smiled coldly and landed somewhere in the ruins. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. The two of them didn't transmit their words, so Qin Fei Yang and the others in the castle heard it clearly. Their faces were quite gloomy. Although they couldn't see the old man in white's expression, it wasn't difficult to tell from his tone that this person wasn't joking. "These two old bastards are actually trying to frame us." The Wolf King glared and gnashed his teeth in anger. Since they entered the Forgotten Continent, they had been plotted against by the mysterious madam. It wasn't easy to wait for the mysterious madam to change her mind. Now, an even more troublesome Mu family came. How could they be so unlucky? "Brother Wolf, even if you scold them now, they can't hear you. Why waste your breath?" Fatso sighed helplessly, looked at Qin Fei Yang and said, "Boss, to be honest, we really can't outlast them. What should we do? What else can we do? We can only drag it out with them." Qin Fei Yang rubbed his forehead. Whether it's the old man in purple or the old man in white, they are not a match for them. As long as they go out, they will die without a doubt. So there is no other choice. Did you all notice what the divine envoy of the main tower said just now? He said that the Mu family is an outsider. Does that mean that the Mu family is not originally from the Forgotten Continent? Lu Hong suddenly said. Fatso shook his head and smiled, "You think too much. If they are not from the Forgotten Continent, could they be from the Great Qin Empire? It's not impossible," Lu Hong said very seriously. Fatso was stunned, quickly asked, "Boss, is there a Mu family in the Great Qin Empire?" Qin Fei Yang pondered for a moment, said, "There are definitely a lot of people with the surname Mu, but I have never heard of the Mu family." Suddenly, Lu Hong thought of something, surprised, "Isn't Mu Tianyang also surnamed Mu? Could it be that the Mu family is the descendant of Mu Tianyang?" Qin Fei Yang and the others looked at Lu Hong, their expression constantly changed. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Lu Hong looked at them timidly. No. Qin Fei Yang hurriedly waved his hand, said, "Although it's just a guess, you can't rule out this possibility. If the Mu family is really the descendant of Mu Tianyang, then Lu Xingchen's role is not difficult to judge." Fatso followed. "Lu Xingchen," Qin Fei Yang murmured, his eyes flashed, smiled and said, "We'll talk about this later, let's cultivate first." Then, he turned around and walked to the altar, opened the iron box, opened the 6-word manual, and continued to copy the 5th stroke of the kill manual. Fatso and the others also went into seclusion one after another. Yang Wei walked to Qin Fei Yang's side, looked at the kill word on the iron cover book, and asked, "Is there any meaning in copying this kill word?" "Of course." Qin Fei Yang nodded and smiled, but did not explain. Yang Wei curiously looked at it for a while, but he really couldn't understand, so he also sat cross-legged in a corner, closed his eyes and meditated. The castle gradually fell into a dead silence. At the same time, the 5th area to the 9th area ushered in a huge catastrophe. A middle-aged man who claimed to be Qin Fei Yang's accomplice broke into several major areas one after another, not only took away the alchemy fire, but also killed the tower lords of several major areas. For a time, the major areas were in a mess. And the city lords of the major areas, as well as the leaders of the major tribes, also issued a kill order for Qin Fei Yang. In less than half a day, Qin Fei Yang's name spread to every corner of the major areas. Of course, This was certainly not a good reputation, and they were all scolding him. Therefore, Qin Feiyang officially opened the prelude to becoming the enemy of the whole world. The next day, the old man in purple came back and landed beside the old man in white. The old man in white immediately opened his eyes and asked secretly, "Did you get it?" "Yes. Now we only need Qin Feiyang's Sky Thunder Flame, Ice Flame, Sky Mystic Flame, and the Heaven Star Flame of the main tower. As long as we get these 10 kinds of flames, our Mu family will usher in a new future." The old man in purple transmitted his voice, looking quite excited. The flames on Qin Feiyang's body will certainly not run away, and as for the Heaven Star Flame in the main tower, it will fall into our hands sooner or later. You go back to the family first, and see how Qing-Er's injury is. He has opened the Sky Eye, and his future is limitless, so there can be no accident. In addition, tell the head of the family that he can send people to sneak into the main tower, and by the way, spread Qin Feiyang's deeds in the Central Divine Kingdom. The old man in white transmitted his voice. "Are you going to kill him?" The old man in purple secretly asked. "No. He's our most important chess piece, and he can't die until the end. I'm just doing this to divert the attention of the forces in the Central Divine Kingdom, and let them focus on Qin Feiyang. In this way, it will be much easier for us to get the Heaven Star Flame." The old man in white said. "Yes." The old man in purple nodded, opened the portal and left. After waiting for so many years, it's finally time. Just you wait, our Mu family will soon come back and make you pay with your blood. Chapter 830. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, Qin Feiyang's arm suddenly trembled, and the 5th stroke of the kill formula released a bright light. Previous chapter, next chapter at the same time. His aura was like a volcanic eruption as it crazily soared. In less than 3 breaths of time, his cultivation had broken through to the 8-star War Master. At the same time, Yang Wei also opened his eyes, looking at Qin Feiyang's back. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. That kill word could actually increase Qin Feiyang's cultivation. Wasn't this too ridiculous? Who? Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, retracted his aura, and looked at the kill formula. The kill formula had a total of 6 strokes, and now there was only 1 stroke left, which was just enough for him to break through to the 9-star War Master. However, it actually took half a year to copy the 5th stroke. Then wouldn't the 6th stroke take even longer? Half a year. Even if he didn't copy the kill formula, with his own talent, it was enough to break through a small realm. This 6-word divine arts really made him love and hate it. It didn't take much time to copy a stroke in the early stages. But in the later stages, it was completely dragging him down. The key was that he couldn't give up yet. After all, every single one of these divine arts had a heaven-defying ability. Let's take it slow. In any case, there's only 1 stroke left for the kill formula. Qin Feiyang muttered, closed the iron book, closed the iron box, and turned to look at Fatso and the others. After half a year of meditation, everyone's strength had broken through. Especially the black dragon snake. It, who had crippled its cultivation and started cultivating again, had already recovered its cultivation to the 5-star War King. The only ones who had not broken through were Yang Wei and the dual-winged snow eagle. There was no need to talk about Yang Wei. Without opening the door to potential, it was naturally not that easy to break through to the 9-star War Saint. As for the dual-winged snow eagle, although it had opened the 6th level and its talent had greatly increased, the realm of the War Saint was not something that the War Master could compare to. So, it would probably take some time for it to break through to the 2-star War Saint. Fatso suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Boss, we don't have much battle chi pills left." Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Where are the herbs?" "We still have some. Plus, we looted the treasure vaults of the other tribes. We also got quite a lot. But Fat Lord estimates that these herbs can only last us half a year at most," Fatso said. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead in distress. The amount of battle chi pills required to copy the kill formula was already several times more than what Fatso and the others consumed. And now, there was the 2-winged snow eagle and Yang Wei. The number of battle chi pills required by these 2 battle sages was comparable to his. If they didn't think of a way to solve this problem, they might really face the situation of running out of ammunition and food. You guys continue cultivating. I'll go out and take a look, Qin Feiyang said. With a flicker, he appeared outside. Half a year passed. The destroyed Tianxian city had been covered in ice and snow, turning into a glacier. Somewhere near the Pill Pagoda, the old man in white sat cross-legged. Sensing the appearance of Qin Feiyang's aura, a terrifying emperor's aura quickly rushed out from his body. Shua. But before he could open his eyes, Qin Feiyang disappeared like lightning. Can't hold it in anymore? The old man in white opened his eyes and looked at the place where Qin Feiyang appeared, his eyes full of ridicule. Then, he closed his eyes again and restrained his aura to the extreme, like an ordinary old man. How is it? Inside the castle. Fatso and the others looked at Qin Feiyang. Still outside. Qin Feiyang was extremely angry. This old thing really planned to continue to waste time with them. Yang Wei sighed, I hope there will be a turn for the better. Boom. Before his voice faded, a powerful aura suddenly descended above the Pill Pagoda. Sensing this aura, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other in dismay. Could there really be a turn for the better? Then, the group of people held their breaths and listened to the movements outside. At the same time, outside, the old man in white opened his eyes again and looked up. He saw a middle-aged man in black standing above the Pill Pagoda. The middle-aged man in black also noticed the old man in white and couldn't help but be stunned. He said in surprise, You are the great ancestor of the Mu family? That's me. The old man in white smiled and nodded. He got up and said, This old man thinks you look familiar. You should be from the main pagoda, right? That's right. The middle-aged man in black nodded. The old man in white cupped his hands and said, Nice to meet you. I don't dare. The middle-aged man in black quickly waved his hand with a trace of awe on his face. The great ancestor of the Mu family smiled and asked suspiciously, What are you doing here? Sigh. The middle-aged man in black sighed deeply and said, I believe you have heard that Qin Feiyang and his accomplices have snatched the pill fire of my 9 regions. The great ancestor of the Mu family nodded and said, To be honest, this old man quite admires this little guy. He actually dares to provoke the Almighty. Young people are more arrogant. It's understandable. But he shouldn't have come to provoke my Pill Pagoda. And this time, I'm here to capture him. The middle-aged man in black said, his eyes were like a blade, extremely sharp. The great ancestor of the Mu family's eyes flashed and asked, When did you come? The moment I received the news, I brought people here. But during this time, I've been in the 9th region. Because we suspected that Qin Feiyang might go to the Central Divine Kingdom, so we wanted to wait at the entrance. But after waiting for so long, I didn't see him appear, so I came out to try my luck. By the way, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man in black asked. The great ancestor of the Mu family raised his eyebrows and said, To tell you the truth, this old man is also looking for Qin Feiyang, and this old man knows where he is. Where? The middle-aged man in black was refreshed. Right here. He's hiding in a spatial divine object. If he doesn't take the initiative to come out, we can't do anything to him. The great ancestor of the Mu family said. The middle-aged man in black glanced down and suddenly looked at the great ancestor of the Mu family, and asked suspiciously, Why are you looking for Qin Feiyang? He's doing whatever he wants in the 9 regions. As a member of the Forgotten Continent, this old man naturally has to do something. The great ancestor of the Mu family laughed. If it was someone who didn't know, looking at his sincere attitude at this moment, they would really think that he was a good person. Can you stop pretending? At this time, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air, looked at the great ancestor of the Mu family, and said, Do you know that your face right now is extremely disgusting? Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged man in black suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang, and said word by word, killing intent burst out of his eyes. Yes, it's me. But don't believe that old thing's nonsense, because the pill fire from the 5th area to the 9th area was snatched away by his Mu family. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man in black was stunned and turned to look at the great ancestor of the Mu family. However, The great ancestor of the Mu family was not nervous at all. He looked at the middle-aged man in black and said with a smile, "Do you believe it?" "Of course not." The middle-aged man in black sneered and looked at Qin Feiyang again, and said coldly, "Hand over the pill fire immediately, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Young man, don't resist, you have no chance." The great ancestor of the Mu family laughed, and the emperor's might emerged and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. This time, Qin Feiyang did not dodge. The emperor's might firmly imprisoned him in the void. Because when he came out, he had already thought that the people of the main tower would not believe him. Of course, he had also been prepared to deal with it. Glancing at the great ancestor of the Mu family, Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man in black and said, "If you don't believe me, I can go with you to the central divine kingdom, because I have evidence in my hands that can prove that all of this was done by the Mu family. But this evidence is very important, and I can only give it to your master." "Evidence?" The middle-aged man in black raised his eyebrows without a trace. This kid vowed solemnly and was not afraid at all. He took the initiative to go with him to the central divine kingdom. Was this really related to the Mu family? At the same time, deep in the eyes of the great ancestor of the Mu family, there was also a trace of surprise. Was what this little bastard said true or false? "Believe me, otherwise you will fall in the hands of the Mu family sooner or later," Qin Feiyang said with a very sincere attitude. "Don't talk nonsense. The Mu family is open and aboveboard, how could they do such a thing? However, since you took the initiative to ask to go to the central divine kingdom, then I will take you there. I believe that the master also wants to see you," the middle-aged man in black said coldly. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and pretended to be very happy. At the same time, he glanced at the great ancestor of the Mu family with a trace of provocation in his eyes. "Great ancestor, I want to take him back to the central divine kingdom immediately. Please take back your emperor's aura." The middle-aged man in black also looked at the great ancestor of the Mu family and begged. However, the great ancestor of the Mu family turned a deaf ear to him and stared at Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged man in black raised his eyebrows and was about to speak. "Haha," but at this time, the great ancestor of the Mu family laughed out loud. "Qin Feiyang, oh Qin Feiyang, this old man really likes you more and more. You are the smartest young man this old man has ever seen. However, if you want to use him to get away, you are too naive." Boom. After saying that, the eyes of the great ancestor of the Mu family burst with a piercing cold light. His old arm stretched out in the air, and an invisible big hand suddenly grabbed the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black's face changed and said in shock and anger, "Great ancestor, what do you want to do? Didn't I tell you? The Mu family is the real culprit. And I am just a victim that they framed. As for now, of course he wants to kill you to silence you." Qin Feiyang sneered. "Damn it." The middle-aged man in black cursed and turned around without hesitation. "Don't think about leaving since you are here." The great ancestor of the Mu family wanted to kill him. The invisible big hand cut through the sky like lightning and grabbed the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black was immediately controlled. "Alas. Originally, I was still hoping that you could save me, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. I shouldn't have come out." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Count on him? You don't know, right? He is just a messenger of the main tower. A mere messenger is just a little stronger than an ant in front of this old man." The great ancestor of the Mu family smiled disdainfully and his 5 fingers suddenly shrank. The middle-aged man in black's body suddenly began to deform, and blood spurted out from the pores all over his body. In an instant, he became a bloody man. But he didn't scream, and he didn't even frown. He stared at the great ancestor of the Mu family and sneered, "There is no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Don't think that you can hide it from the world by killing me today. Let me tell you, your Mu family will pay the price for this sooner or later." Explode. Chapter 831. Boom. Crack. The middle-aged man in black self-destructed, and a destructive aura rolled out between heaven and earth like a raging wave. The glacier shattered, and the ground sank. The void was twisting crazily, as if it was about to split open. Puff. The Mu family's ancestor was the closest, so he bore the brunt of it. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was enough to see that the cultivation of the middle-aged man in black was stronger than that of the white-robed man. At least his self-destruction could cause a trace of damage to the Mu family's ancestor. And because of the Mu family's ancestor's injury, the emperor's aura that imprisoned Qin Feiyang loosened a little. Qin Feiyang seized the opportunity, decisively opened a portal, and went in without looking back. Just as he disappeared, the destructive blast of the middle-aged man in black's self-destruction roared. The portal instantly shattered, but there was no trace of him. Bastard! Seeing this scene, the Mu family's ancestor was furious. He was confident that he could easily kill the middle-aged man in black. But what he didn't expect was that these people from the Pill Pagoda were all so crazy. They self-destructed their bodies without saying a word. Twice now. It was all because of the self-destruction of the people from the Pill Pagoda that Qin Feiyang was able to escape. So in his heart, his resentment towards the Pill Pagoda grew stronger. In the sky above a glacier, a sorry figure appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. That was close. He scanned his surroundings and patted his chest with lingering fear. Just now. If he had left a step later, even if he hadn't been killed by the Mu family's ancestor, he would have died under the blast. The power of the War Emperor's self-destruction was not something he could resist. After a long, long time, he finally calmed down and took Yang Wei out. Isn't this too risky? Yang Wei looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly. He had never seen such a crazy young man. It's a little crazy, but it's basically within my expectations. Qin Feiyang laughed. Within your expectations? Yang Wei was taken aback. He frowned and asked, why are you so sure that the people from the main tower will blow themselves up? It's simple. As long as I say that I have evidence in my hands, regardless of whether it's true or not, the Mu clan's great ancestor will not let me go to the Central Divine Kingdom. And the only way to stop me from going to the Central Divine Kingdom is to kill that middle-aged man in black. The great ancestor of the Mu clan is so powerful that the middle-aged man in black is definitely not his opponent. Therefore, he could only choose to self-destruct. Qin Feiyang said. Yang Wei suddenly understood and said, so, you've already planned all of this. But, aren't you afraid that the black-clothed middle-aged man will change sides and join the Mu family? Qin Feiyang said, then let me ask you, would you let someone who knows your secret live in this world? I won't. Yang Wei shook his head. That's right. The Mu clan has planned such a big conspiracy. How can they let the middle-aged man in black continue to live in this world? Even if he joins the Mu clan, the great ancestor of the Mu clan will not let him go. And the middle-aged man in black, as the divine envoy of the main tower, naturally can see through this. So, in the face of such a hopeless situation, it's better to blow himself up. This way, it can create a chance for me to escape. After all, I'm the only one who knows the truth. Of course. If the great ancestor of the Mu clan can accept his betrayal, then I can only admit that I'm unlucky. Qin Feiyang said. Amazing. After hearing this, Yang Wei gave Qin Feiyang a thumbs up without hesitation. Although the young man in front of him is not very strong, his brain is really not comparable to ordinary people. However, I can't let the middle-aged man in black die in vain. After all, it's because of him that I can escape. I'll remember this account first, and then I'll find the Mu clan and settle it together. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Yang Wei asked, then what's your plan now? I want to go to the Central Divine Kingdom, but I'm a little worried. Qin Feiyang said. The alchemy fire in the 5th to 9th regions has fallen into the Mu clan's hands, so there's no need to continue to stay in the 9 regions. What are you worried about? Yang Wei asked. Mu Qing. Although this person was seriously injured by the divine envoy of the main tower, I have a feeling that he will definitely not die. And his omniscient eye is too big a threat to me. If he's also in the Central Divine Kingdom, then no matter how I disguise myself, I will be exposed. Qin Feiyang said. This is indeed a problem. But I think compared to Mu Qing, the great ancestor and the second ancestor of the Mu clan are a bigger threat. Because they will definitely not let you enter the central divine kingdom alive. Yang Wei said. You're wrong. The Mu clan won't kill me now. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said. Why? Yang Wei was surprised. I don't know. Maybe in their eyes, I still have value. I'll tell you the truth. In fact, it's the Mu clan that lured me to the Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang said. They lured you here? Yang Wei was surprised. So, there's really something fishy about this. You don't have to worry about the Mu clan. Now, the people who know the truth are already dead. Even if I tell the truth, no one will believe me. Now, I have to worry about the Pill Pagoda. They will definitely hunt me down if they don't know the truth. If only I had evidence in my hands, then I wouldn't be so passive. Qin Feiyang sighed. Makes sense. Yang Wei nodded. Suddenly, he smiled and said, Not necessarily. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. You don't know, right? In fact, after you left the castle, that little girl Lu Hong took out the image crystal. Yang Wei smiled. Took out the image crystal? Qin Feiyang was a little confused. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, You mean, she recorded the conversation between me, the Mu clan's ancestor, and the black-clothed middle-aged man? Yes. Yang Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said angrily, Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry here for so long. Yang Wei smiled and said, Didn't I want to give you a surprise? How about it, is it a surprise? Yes, 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 yes. Qin Feiyang nodded again and again, overjoyed. With evidence, it's easy to do things. This Mu clan won't be proud for long. Yang Wei smiled and said, When are you going to go to the central divine kingdom? Right away. Qin Feiyang said. Right away? The smile on Yang Wei's face suddenly froze. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang patted his head and said, Look at my head, I forgot what I promised you. Okay, I'll accompany you back to the tribe first, and then go to the central divine kingdom. This, on the contrary, Yang Wei hesitated. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. This, I think, I can go back alone, Yang Wei said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said helplessly, You don't trust me that much? Without a doubt. Yang Wei must be worried that Qin Feiyang would make things difficult for his clansmen. It's not a matter of trust or not, but I have to be responsible for them. I can't let them enter the fire pit. Yang Wei said. Fire pit. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He remembered that in the great Qin Empire, there were countless people who wanted to curry favor with him. But in Yang Wei's eyes, he was actually a fire pit. It was really a blow. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and nodded helplessly. Okay, I won't go. Are you satisfied now? Haha. Yang Wei smiled awkwardly. Qin Feiyang waved impatiently and said, Go and come back quickly. I'll wait for you here. Okay. Yang Wei nodded, took out a portal, opened it quickly, and soon disappeared in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. Fire pit. Qin Feiyang shook his head and couldn't help laughing. It seemed that he had to find a chance to tell this Yang Wei, so that he wouldn't treat him like a plague all day. Swish. Then. Chapter 832. The 8th Region. In a certain glacier, there was a huge tribe. This tribe covered an area of dozens of miles. Old wooden houses were arranged neatly like stars in the sky. Around them, there was a row of tall wooden fences covered with snow, like a city wall, blocking the whistling cold current for this tribe. However, in this huge tribe, there was not a single person. Not even a child. At a glance, other than the houses, there was only snow, as if it was an empty city. In front of the gate of the tribe, there was a stone tablet that was more than 10 meters tall. On it, there was a pattern engraved. It was a golden giant tiger. In between its eyebrows, there was an eye-catching king word, and its bell-like eyes were shining. Although it was just a pattern, it was very real. It was like a real giant tiger, sealed in the stone tablet, emitting a shocking king's aura. And this was the totem. Under the totem, there were 4 bold words. Sky Tiger Tribe. Suddenly, a child ran out from one of the houses. This child was only 3 or 4 years old, with a small canine tooth, wearing a red doo-doo, and a golden bell hanging on his neck. As he ran, the bell made a crisp sound. But the child's mouth was full of blood. Moreover, there was a trace of bloodthirsty light in his small eyes, and he seemed to be full of hostility. He stood in the snow outside, looking around. His eyes suddenly flashed, and he wiped the blood from his mouth, and the hostility between his eyebrows disappeared instantly. At this moment, a strong man in black clothes descended in the sky above the Sky Tiger tribe. It was Yang Wei. The child in the doo-doo raised his head and looked at Yang Wei. With an innocent smile on his pink little face, he looked very obedient. "I'm finally back." At the same time, Yang Wei stood in the sky, looking at the tribe below, and for a moment, he was filled with emotions. Back then, he went to the Black Dragon Glacier full of confidence, but in the end, not only did he not get the inheritance of the demon dragon, he almost died inside. In the end, he survived, but he was reduced to being someone else's servant. His life was out of his control. If the heavens could give him another chance, he would rather die than enter the Black Dragon Glacier. It's all because of greed. He sighed to himself and sorted out his emotions. A faint smile appeared on his face. He continued to hide it because he didn't want his clansmen to notice anything and worry about him. But just as he was about to go down, he couldn't help but be stunned. Where did the people of the tribe go? Why didn't he see any of them? Very soon, he found the child in the doo-doo. Whoosh! He flashed and landed in front of the child. He squatted down and gently grabbed the child's shoulders. He smiled and asked, "Whose child are you? Where are the others?" The fact that the Sky Tiger tribe had their own totem meant that there were at least 1,000,000 of them. Even if Yang Wei was the leader of a tribe with 1,000,000 people, it was impossible for him to know everyone. "I don't know. Uncle, can you take me home? I think I'm lost." The toddler shook his head. His voice was very childish, and there was a trace of confusion on his little face. "Okay." Yang Wei smiled dotingly. He reached out and picked up the child. He asked, "What are your parents' names?" "My parents' names? Let me think." The toddler scratched his head and suddenly smiled. "I remember now. My father is called Hades and my mother is called Grim Reaper." "Hades? Grim Reaper?" Yang Wei was stunned. He reached out and touched the child's forehead. He didn't have a fever. Why was he talking nonsense? Creak. At this moment, the door of a house at the side was gently pushed open. A burly man carefully poked his head out and scanned the outside. "Leader." When he saw Yang Wei, the burly man was surprised. However, when he saw the child in Yang Wei's arms, his face changed and he shouted, "Leader, be careful." Yang Wei was shocked. He quickly scanned the surroundings and then looked at the burly man. He asked curiously, "Be careful of what?" "Be careful of him." The burly man pointed at the toddler, his face full of fear. "Is there a problem with him?" Yang Wei suspiciously lowered his head and looked at the child in his arms. The child grinned at him. Immediately, a strong sense of crisis emerged in Yang Wei's heart. Without thinking, he hurriedly threw the child out. But at the same time, the child stretched out his little hand. That pink and tender little arm was like a sharp blade. With a poochy sound, it pierced into Yang Wei's lower abdomen. "Ah!" Yang Wei screamed in pain on the spot. His face was distorted. "Leader, little bastard, I'll fight it out with you." Seeing this, the burly man hiding behind the door roared and rushed towards Yang Wei crazily. "What? Leader is back." And the burly man's roar alarmed the entire Sky Tiger tribe. Bang bang bang. The doors were knocked open one after another. Groups of people rushed out. There were men and women, old and young. "It's really the leader." The Sky Tiger tribe was in an uproar. They all rushed towards Yang Wei. As for the toddler, after breaking Yang Wei's sea of qi, he quickly retreated. Standing in the snow, he scanned the crowd around him. The anger that disappeared between his brows appeared again. "Leader, how are you? Are you okay?" The burly man who first discovered Yang Wei ran to Yang Wei's side and asked with concern. "My sea of qi was shattered by him." Yang Wei's face was pale and his limbs were weak. He only stood up with the help of the burly man. He stared at the toddler and asked, "Who are you? Didn't you see? I'm just a child." The toddler blinked his little eyes and looked pitifully at Yang Wei. "Leader, don't be fooled by his appearance," the burly man hurriedly reminded. "Yes. This little bastard is not only powerful, his methods are also extremely vicious. Many of our tribesmen died tragically in his hands." More and more people gathered behind Yang Wei. They all shouted with righteous indignation. "I didn't want to, but their blood is so delicious. I couldn't control myself," the toddler said timidly. "What do you mean?" Yang Wei didn't understand. "Every time he kills someone, he will suck their blood dry. Only a dried-up corpse is left. During this period, more than 10,000 tribesmen have been sucked dry. He's simply inhumane. He's a vampire." The tribesmen of the tribe cried out in grief. "Sucking their blood dry." Yang Wei's eyes trembled. "Where are the high priest and the others?" "The high priest is dead. Not only is the high priest dead, all the battle saints of our tribe have been killed by him." The crowd cried out in grief. Boom. Hearing this, Yang Wei felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body and mind trembled and his mind rumbled. They were all dead. Why did this happen? It had only been a short year since he left the tribe. Why did so many things happen? When did this happen? He looked at the tribesman behind him and asked. His voice was weak and his eyes were dim. It was as if he had aged a few decades. "Half a year ago. For the past half a year, we were like beasts reared by him. We lived in despair every day without any hope. Leader, you shouldn't have come back. If you didn't come back, the Sky Tiger tribe still had hope to rise again. But now, not only are we going to die, you are going to die too." The crowd cried out in grief. The elders of the tribe were in tears. As for the children, they were lying in their parents' arms and crying loudly. Helplessness was written all over their faces. Yang Wei said, "Is this the reason why you didn't send me a message?" "Yes. He's too strong. He killed the high priest in an instant. What's the use of calling you back? You still can't save us." A few old men lamented. "What?" Hearing this, Yang Wei's heart was in turmoil. One had to know. The high priest was of the same cultivation level as him, an 8-star battle saint. How could he be killed in an instant? Just how strong was this child? He suddenly turned his head and stared at the child in the doo-doo. He shouted, "Who are you? Why are you doing this to the Sky Tiger tribe?" "Hee hee." The child in the doo-doo grinned and said playfully, "Do you still remember the Mu family?" Yang Wei's eyes widened. He swallowed hard and said, "You are from the Mu family?" "Yes." The child in the doo-doo nodded. Yang Wei's face turned pale. If it was in the past, he would not be afraid when he heard about the Mu family. Instead, he would be disdainful. But now, he did not dare. He had personally experienced the terror of the Mu family. It was not something the Sky Tiger tribe could provoke. "Why?" he asked. "Isn't it simple? You helped Qin Feiyang and went against the Mu family. Of course, the Mu family will not let you have an easy time. With the power of the Mu family, it would be too easy to find the Sky Tiger tribe. How about this? Since you've returned, tell me the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang. Or, deceive him to come here. When I am in a good mood, I might let the Sky Tiger tribe go." The child in the doo-doo smiled. "Help Qin Feiyang? Leader, is what he said true? Why are you with Qin Feiyang? You should know that he is the person the Pill Pagoda wants dead." The tribesmen of the Sky Tiger tribe looked at Yang Wei in disbelief. "Do you think I want to?" Yang Wei sighed deeply. He looked at the child in the doo-doo and said, "If you want to kill me, I will admit it. I only beg you to let my tribesmen go. Do you think that is possible? You only have one choice now, and that is to trick Qin Feiyang here." The child in the doo-doo said, "I have already parted ways with him. I don't know where he is now. And I have not built a bridge with him, so I cannot contact him." Yang Wei said, "Then I have no choice. I can only kill your tribesmen one by one." The child in the doo-doo's face turned cold. His eyes were filled with blood. It was a bloodthirsty light, Filled with unparalleled brutality, he stretched out his arm and a 12 to 13-year-old boy in the crowd flew towards him uncontrollably. Yang Wei's sea of qi was shattered and he had lost all his cultivation. He could not stop it and could only watch as the boy landed in front of the child in the doo-doo. The taste of fresh blood is too delicious. The child in the doo-doo licked his lips and gently cut the boy with his finger. A wound appeared on the boy's body and blood gushed out. Chapter 833. Father, Mother, save me. The youth immediately began to cry for help, his young face filled with fear. Let go of my child. A man and a woman ran out from the crowd and rushed towards the child without any regard for their lives. Yang Wei's face changed, and anxiously shouted, "Quickly stop them." A few brawny men immediately rushed forward and hugged the man and woman tightly. These two people were only at the war master level. If they rushed forward like this, they would simply be sending themselves to their deaths. Let me go. I want to save my child. However, the man and woman seemed to have been possessed as they crazily roared. They couldn't be blamed for this. In this world, which parent didn't care about their child? Seeing their child walking towards death step by step, they would naturally go crazy. Calm down. Yang Wei furrowed his brows and shouted. That's not your child, of course you can calm down. Let me tell you, the reason why our heavenly tiger tribe is in this state today is all because of you. If you hadn't colluded with Qin Feiyang, would he have come here? If he didn't come, the high priest and the others wouldn't have died in vain, and our child wouldn't have died so tragically. The man and woman roared as if they had gone mad. Hearing these words, the other clansmen of the heavenly tiger tribe also fell silent. Although they shouldn't criticize the leader like this, it was undeniable that this was the truth. Yang Wei was also silent. He was a little angry, but he knew that he didn't even have the right to be angry. However, he didn't want this to happen either. Who would want to see such a scene? Who would want to see their clansmen die one by one? All of a sudden. His heart was filled with anger, self-blame, despair, and resentment. Sure. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at the child and roared, "Let him go, if you have anything, come at me." As he spoke, he broke free from the big man's support and walked towards the child without hesitation. "What do I need you for?" The child in the undergarment laughed disdainfully. With a wave of his little arm, an invisible force blasted towards Yang Wei. Puff! Yang Wei was sent flying on the spot. He spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the crowd behind him. "Leader, how are you? Are you all right? Can you not be silly? Even if you still have your cultivation, you're still no match for him. Moreover, you're just a cripple now. Just do as he says. Trick Qin Feiyang into coming here. Even if it's not for us, we have to think about the children in our tribe. Yes, we're not afraid of death, but these children can't die. Look at them. Look at how scared and desperate they are now. I'm afraid this incident will leave a shadow in their hearts for the rest of their lives." Everyone howled in grief. The entire tribe was filled with a desolate atmosphere. And how could Yang Wei not know this? However, he knew that if he called Qin Feiyang over, it would only speed up the destruction of the Sky Tiger tribe. Because the Mujio's target is Qin Feiyang. If Qin Feiyang doesn't come, the Mujio won't really kill him. However, as long as Qin Feiyang comes, the Sky Tiger tribe will lose its value. The end result will be the destruction of the tribe. However, the tribesmen didn't know the bitterness in his heart. They all thought that he was still protecting Qin Feiyang. They couldn't help but feel resentment in their hearts. After a moment of struggle, Yang Wei gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. Immediately call Qin Feiyang over. Quickly let him go. Do you know where he is? Then just now, why did you say that you don't know? That's where you're wrong. You'll pay the price for lying to me like this. Do you know that?" The child in the doo-doo grinned and suddenly raised his arm. Like a knife, it sank into the youth's heart and crushed it. Ah! The youth screamed in pain and died on the spot. The blood that gushed out from the youth's heart was all sucked into the mouth of the child in the doo-doo. Awesome. This taste is too good for word. He closed his eyes and raised his head. His face was full of enjoyment and intoxication. Damn it! You demon! Give me back my son's life. The parents of the youth had also gone completely crazy. Their aura suddenly burst out and shook the people around them away. They madly pounced on the child in the doo-doo. Whoosh! The child in the doo-doo suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold light burst out of his eyes. What I hate most is people disturbing me at this time and ruining my mood. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden bell on his neck suddenly shot out 2 rays of golden light and sank into the brows of the man and woman. Boom! Ah! Accompanied by 2 screams, the 2 people's heads immediately exploded like watermelons. The cruel methods and bloody scene made one's hair stand on end. Plop! Looking at this scene, Yang Wei knelt on the ground powerlessly and begged, "I beg you, please don't hurt my tribesmen anymore, okay? Okay. As long as you call Qin Feiyang over, I'll let them go." The child in the doo-doo grinned. His lips and teeth were stained with blood. It was scarlet and looked so ferocious. "Okay, wait for me." Yang Wei nodded, got up, and walked to the side of a slightly older elder. He whispered to the elder a coordinate. Now that his cultivation was crippled, he could not open the portal himself. Buzz! The elder waved his hand, and a portal appeared. His battle chi surged, and the portal immediately expanded in the wind and quickly opened. "I'll be back soon. Don't hurt them anymore." Yang Wei looked at the child in the doo-doo again and said worriedly. He stepped into the portal. The teleportation gate quickly dissipated. At the same time, Yang Wei appeared out of thin air above a glacier. However, because he had lost his cultivation, he could not fly in the air. As soon as he appeared, he fell powerlessly. "Qin Feiyang, come out quickly." As he fell, he shouted loudly. The next moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. Seeing Yang Wei covered in blood, his expression changed. He quickly swooped down, carried Yang Wei, and landed on the peak of an ice mountain. What happened? After putting down Yang Wei, Qin Feiyang asked in surprise. Yang Wei said weakly, "First, give me a spirit sea pill." Spirit sea pill? Qin Feiyang was stunned. When he saw the wound on Yang Wei's lower abdomen, he suddenly understood. He immediately took out a spirit sea pill with 4 veins and put it in Yang Wei's mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, turned into a majestic energy, and rushed to Yang Wei's sea of qi. Qin Feiyang frowned. "Didn't you go back to the tribe? How did this happen?" Yang Wei said angrily. "Isn't this all your fault?" "Me?" Qin Feiyang was a bit confused. The Mujio's people are standing in my tribe, my people." Speaking of this, Yang Wei couldn't continue. He lowered his head, his face was distorted by the pain, and tears couldn't help but burst out of his eyes. Although Yang Wei didn't finish, Qin Feiyang already understood. His face instantly became gloomy. "These damn bastards." He clenched his hands and said, "When did they go?" "Not long after we left the Black Dragon Glacier, they found my tribe. Their target is you. I have no choice. In order to save my people, I can only come to you. I beg you, come with me." Yang Wei endured the pain, kneeling on the ground, begging Qin Feiyang, "Get up first." Qin Feiyang frowned and said. Yang Wei shook his head. "If you don't agree, I will kneel here until I die. I will go. Because they are your people, I won't leave them to die. But you have to know, even if I go, the Mujio won't let them go." Qin Feiyang said. "I know, but I can't just leave them alone, right?" Yang Wei roared. "So the most important thing now is to think of a way to transfer your people." Qin Feiyang said. "Transfer? There are more than 1 million people in my tribe, how can we transfer them? What's more, even if there is a way to transfer them, the Mujio will definitely stop us. That's simply a fantasy." Yang Wei shook his head, his face was full of helplessness. "Yes, to do this is harder than ascending to the sky." Qin Feiyang sighed. "But if they ran like this, not only would they not be able to save the people of the Sky Tiger tribe, even he and Yang Wei would be captured. But what can they do to get the best of both worlds?" "I can help you." Suddenly, an emotionless voice sounded above their heads. "Who?" The 2 of them were startled, they looked up and their faces were suddenly stunned. It was a beautiful woman, wearing a white dress, Her hair was fluttering in the wind, exuding an otherworldly aura. Who else could it be but the mysterious lady? After regaining his senses, Qin Feiyang frowned. You've been following us all this time? The mysterious lady said, after leaving the Black Dragon Glacier, I have been following you all this time. How did you do it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. At that time, he left using the portal, only he knew where he was going. But this mysterious madam had actually found him so quickly. Wasn't this too ridiculous? The mysterious lady said, Don't worry about this, just answer me. Do you need my help? Yes, of course I do. Before Qin Feiyang could answer, Yang Wei spoke first, as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. The mysterious lady frowned and said, Shut up, I want Qin Feiyang to answer personally. Yang Wei immediately looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, What are your conditions? The mysterious lady wanted him to answer personally, which meant that she definitely wouldn't help for free this time. There must be some conditions. You are indeed a smart person. The mysterious lady nodded and smiled. I need you to go to the Central Divine Kingdom's main tower and help me get something. The mysterious lady said. Go to the main tower. Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked, What is it? The mysterious lady didn't answer. Her slender finger pointed in the air, and battle chi gushed out, condensing into a 5-colored crystal in the void. This crystal was triangular, as big as a baby's fist, and it was colorful all over, shining with a hazy brilliance. The mysterious lady said, This 5-colored crystal is with the Tower Master of the main tower. It's not easy to get it, you'd better think carefully. Qin Feiyang held his breath and said angrily, You want me to steal something from the Tower Master of the main tower? Are you kidding me? That's why I want you to think carefully. The mysterious lady said. Yang Wei begged, Qin Feiyang, I beg you, agree to her request. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you, even if it costs me my life. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang comforted her inwardly. He looked at the mysterious madam and said, Then you have to tell me why you want to snatch this crystal. What's the use of this crystal? I can't tell you. Just tell me, do you agree or not? The mysterious lady shook her head, leaving no room for discussion. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, Do I have a choice? But this is too dangerous, I can lose my life if I'm not careful. You have to give me a way to save my life. If you want benefits, just say it. Why do you have to be so fake? The mysterious lady rolled her eyes and said, I'll give you 2 more perfect battle arts, okay? Only 2. That's too little, isn't it? Qin Feiyang said unhappily. The mysterious lady's face twitched and said unkindly, Boy, have you heard of the saying, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant? I advise you not to be too greedy. Qin Feiyang smiled. What a joke, who would complain about having too many perfect battle arts? But he also knew that the mysterious lady meant what she said, so he didn't continue to pester her. 2 was better than nothing. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, the mysterious lady couldn't help but laugh and said, Actually, you don't have to be too worried. If something happens to you, someone will secretly help you. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. This woman had planted a spy in the Central Divine Kingdom. Who is it? He asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. Of course, if you can succeed, he won't appear. The mysterious lady said. Qin Feiyang nodded and his eyes suddenly turned cold. He said, Then there's no time to lose. Let's go to the Sky Tiger tribe immediately. As for the perfect battle arts, give me them later. There's hope. Chapter 834. Sky Tiger Tribe. The toddler was like a king, looking arrogant and disdainful. His aura shrouded the entire area. You have done such a heartless thing, you will suffer retribution sooner or later. The tribesmen of Sky Tiger tribe stared at him with hatred in their eyes. Retribution? Let me tell you, when Qin Feiyang arrives, all of you will die. The toddler sneered, his face full of hostility. Everyone trembled. The Mu family was really vicious. In the eyes of the Mu family, Sky Tiger tribe was just a pawn to lure Qin Feiyang here. Don't be afraid. Soon, you will even forget the taste of pain. This place will soon become a graveyard. The toddler licked his lips, His eyes were bloodshot, like a demon, extremely terrifying. "You're wrong. This is not their graveyard, it's your graveyard." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. 3 figures descended from the sky above the tribe. They were Qin Feiyang, Yang Wei, and the mysterious madam. "You're courting death." The toddler's eyes turned cold as he looked up. Immediately, his pupils constricted, his gaze fixed on the mysterious madam. Just this kid. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also looking at the toddler, his expression a little startled. "Don't underestimate him. I heard from my tribesmen that the battle saints of my tribe, including the high priest, died in his hands. I was also bewitched by his appearance, that's why I suffered a great loss." Yang Wei whispered. "What?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered that Yang Wei once told him that there were hundreds of battle saints in Sky Tiger tribe. And the high priest was an 8-star battle saint. He did not expect that they would all die in the hands of this kid. "It's you." Suddenly, the mysterious madam's voice sounded. "You know him?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Whom is called demon child, cruel and bloodthirsty. Furthermore, he would often use this face to confuse others. As for his strength, he is very strong, second only to the Mu clan's great ancestor and second ancestor," the mysterious lady said. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yang Wei's body and mind were also trembling, and his whole body was cold. He knew that this person was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. "Who are you? Why do you keep going against my Mu clan?" Demon child frowned. "What is the Mu family?" the mysterious lady said. Just this one sentence was filled with an incomparable domineering aura. Boom. A terrifying aura rushed out from Demon Child's body. He gloomily stared at the mysterious madam. The bloody light flickered like a sea of blood. But at the same time, there was a trace of fear. "You're also the pillar of the Mu family. If I were to kill you today, I'm sure the Mu clan's great ancestor and second ancestor would be very sad." The mysterious lady pursed her lips and smiled. However, this smile was like the smile of the Grim Reaper, causing one's hair to stand on end. Whoosh! She took a step forward. In an instant, she landed in front of Demon Child, raised her white jade-like hand, and reached for Demon Child's head. Demon Child's face changed, and he quickly retreated. "I'm here, so don't even think about leaving." The mysterious lady was domineering. A powerful pressure emerged, forcibly rolling up Demon Child and rushing into the sky. "Bitch, don't go too far." Demon Child was furious. His whole body was covered in bloody light, and he slapped the mysterious lady with a backhand, his battle chi roaring in all directions. "So what if I bully you?" The mysterious lady smiled disdainfully, and slapped her palm without dodging. Boom! The moment the two palms collided, the void distorted, and the world lost its color. A destructive wave of air, like a tsunami, rushed in all directions. Fortunately, the two were fighting in the sky. Otherwise, this battle's fluctuations were enough to make Qin Feiyang and the others, as well as the entire Sky Tiger tribe, instantly turn into ashes. Puff! At the same time, Demon Child was directly sent flying by the mysterious lady's palm, and blood spurted from his mouth. On the other hand, the mysterious lady stood firmly at the top of the sky, without moving at all. "Kid, you'd better go back and drink milk." The mysterious lady shook her head, her face full of contempt. "You're courting death." When Demon Child heard this, it was as if someone had stepped on his tail, and he immediately jumped over the wall. Boom! Behind him, a huge figure emerged. It was a humanoid battle soul. Whether it was the appearance or the figure, it was exactly the same as the black-robed old woman's battle soul. Moreover, it was impossible to see the true appearance of the humanoid battle soul. However, the difference was that Demon Child's humanoid battle soul was blood-red all over, as if it was condensed from blood, exuding a monstrous murderous aura. Overconfident. "That's exactly what people like you are." The mysterious lady glanced at Demon Child contemptuously, then looked at the humanoid battle soul, and a cold light burst out from her eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, she raised her hand, and a bright beam of light gushed out from her fingertips, cutting through the sky, and blasted towards the battle soul with the power to destroy the world. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the battle soul was instantly annihilated. Poof! Demon Child spat out blood again, and his small body flew out like a meteorite, his face pale. So strong. Waves of shock surged in his heart. I'm not afraid even if it's your grand ancestor or second ancestor, let alone a baby who's still drinking milk. The mysterious lady was too strong. Not only did she frighten Demon Child, but even Qin Feiyang was afraid from the bottom of his heart. If this woman had not changed her mind, he would have become a dead soul long ago. And he really could not guess what this woman was thinking. On the one hand, she tried every means to frame him, and even almost killed him several times. On the other hand, she saved him repeatedly, and gave him so many perfect battle arts for free. Even the people around him, such as Fatso, Wolf King, and the two-winged snow eagle, also benefited a lot. Qin Feiyang was very confused by her attitude of seeming like an enemy but not an enemy, seeming like a friend but not a friend. He did not understand what this woman wanted to do. Whoosh! At the same time, Demon Child fled. That's right, he was running away. It could be described as running away in a panic. He was in an extremely sorry state. Trash! The mysterious lady sneered and stepped on the void. Her speed was faster than lightning, and in a few blinks of an eye, she was in front of Demon Child. Get lost! Demon Child roared. Blood roared all over his body, condensing into a blood-red giant python, revealing sharp fangs and pouncing towards the mysterious lady. This was a type of battle art, and according to Qin Feiyang's deduction, it was a perfect battle art. But in this regard, the mysterious lady's expression did not change, and she did not even use her battle art. Boom! She waved her jade-like hand in the air, and a wave of battle chi surged out, turning into a huge wave that slapped the giant python. Boom! Of course, the giant python collapsed. Demon Child screamed and smashed into the glacier below like a blood-stained meteorite. Within a radius of dozens of miles, the ice peaks collapsed and the earth cracked, as if doomsday had arrived. Fortunately, when Demon Child escaped earlier, he had already left the sky above the Sky Tiger tribe. Otherwise, he would not have fallen in the glacier, but the Sky Tiger tribe. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and flew towards the glacier with Yang Wei. Very soon, the two landed beside the mysterious lady and scanned the area below. There was a huge pit below, and Demon Child was lying at the bottom of the pit, dying. His entire body was dripping with blood. Are you satisfied? The mysterious lady smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang and the mysterious lady looked at each other and could not help but smile bitterly. Did they dare to say that they were not satisfied? Yang Wei bowed and said, "Thank you, my lady. Why are you thanking me? If you want to thank someone, you should thank Qin Feiyang. If he hadn't agreed to my conditions, I wouldn't have cared about the life and death of your Sky Tiger tribe," the mysterious lady said coldly. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he shook his head helplessly. This favor was sold well, but he really dared not accept it. Thank you. Yang Wei was very honest. He looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully, then swooped down and landed beside Demon Child, his eyes releasing a strong murderous intent. Can you kill him? He looked up at the mysterious lady. Go ahead. The mysterious lady smiled faintly, and a powerful pressure emerged, firmly imprisoning Demon Child. Yang Wei immediately lowered his head, like a mad beast, firmly locking onto Demon Child. He said coldly, "You didn't expect to fall into our hands so soon, did you?" "I didn't expect it, but do you dare to kill me?" Demon Child sneered, his face full of disdain. "If it was in the past, I really wouldn't dare. But now, not only will I kill you, but I also want you to taste the feeling of living a life worse than death." At the thought of the death of his clansman, the murderous intent in Yang Wei's heart grew stronger. Clang! He took out a dagger and stabbed it into Demon Child's lower abdomen without hesitation. Suddenly, blood splashed into the sky. Demon Child couldn't help but howl. The heart-wrenching pain made his face deform. "This stab is for me. And this stab is for the young man you killed. This stab is for his parents. This stab is for the high priest. This stab." Yang Wei seemed to have gone crazy, stabbing Demon Child one after another. Not long after, Demon Child's small body was like a sieve, full of holes. A thing worse than an ant actually dares to hurt me. You wait, soon your heavenly tiger tribe will be retaliated against by my Mu family. At that time, I will kill everyone in your tribe. I want to suck their blood. I want them to not even have the chance to be ghost. Just wait for despair. Demon Child grinned again and again, his words carrying an astonishing murderous aura. You still dare to be arrogant. You like to suck blood, don't you? Well, now I will let you bleed to death. Yang Wei also became fierce, stabbing Demon Child's heart with a knife. Demon Child howled miserably, the pain was unbearable. Does this feel good? Is it better than drinking other people's blood? Then I'll make you feel better. Yang Wei smiled sinisterly, and the bloody dagger in his hand once again stabbed into Demon Child's heart. It wasn't until the Demon Child's heart was chopped into pieces that Yang Wei stopped. For someone who had reached the War King, a broken heart was no longer fatal. So, Demon Child was still alive and well. Next, Yang Wei grabbed Demon Child's neck again and laughed sinisterly. Tell me now, is it good? Of course it's good. Continue, little reptile. Do you think this little trick can make me beg for mercy? You're too naive. Chapter 835. Yang Wei frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Use the slave seal to control him first, then deal with him later. Qin Feiyang's face changed, but it was too late to scold him. He hurriedly looked at the mysterious lady. At the same time, hearing Yang Wei's words, the mysterious lady frowned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang could clearly see a trace of astonishment and a hint of coldness in the mysterious madam's eyes. How do you know the slave seal? The mysterious lady asked. Qin Feiyang was quite angry. Regarding the slave seal, he should have told Yang Wei in advance. He smiled without batting an eyelid. I was lucky. I obtained the cultivation method of the slave seal by chance. Really? Then I'm curious. The slave seal is a secret technique that I created myself. Where did you get it? The mysterious lady said. Self-created. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. If the slave seal was obtained by the mysterious lady by chance or taught by someone else, he could still have an excuse. But he didn't expect that the mysterious lady created it herself. How could he explain this? The mysterious lady looked at him deeply and said lightly, Anyway, it's not very important. If you don't want to answer, then forget it. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Her self-created secret technique was stolen and she didn't pursue the matter. When did this woman become so magnanimous? This wasn't her style. Before Qin Feiyang could react, the mysterious lady took out 2 jade slips and threw them to Qin Feiyang. Then she turned and flew towards the Sky Tiger tribe. Qin Feiyang caught the 2 jade slips with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. But when he focused his mind on the 2 jade slips, his eyes suddenly trembled slightly. These 2 jade slips were the cultivation methods for 2 types of perfect battle art. He froze. He thought that the mysterious lady might not give him these 2 battle arts because of the slave seal. Who would have thought that she would be so straightforward? Where are you going? After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang hurriedly raised his head and looked at the back of the mysterious madam. Whether the demon child is dead or not, the Mu family will not let the Sky Tiger tribe go, so I must take them away. The mysterious lady said without turning her head. Where are you taking them? Qin Feiyang frowned. The mysterious lady said, a place that the Mu family can't find. Of course, you can't find it either. My lord, thank you, but please don't hurt them. Yang Wei was also a little anxious. This woman was too fickle. There was no telling what she would do in the future. The mysterious madam said, whether or not to harm them is entirely up to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang felt helpless. The meaning of his words was very clear. If he could successfully snatch the 5-colored crystal stone, this woman would not harm Yang Wei's clansmen. On the contrary, if he failed, no one in the Sky Tiger tribe would be able to survive. In other words, the millions of people in the Sky Tiger tribe were the bargaining chips used by the mysterious madam to threaten him. Qin Feiyang asked, then how do I contact you? You don't need to contact me. When you successfully get the 5-colored crystal stone, I will naturally appear. After the mysterious madam finished speaking, she disappeared from the sight of the two. I'll go take a look. Yang Wei was very worried. He said something to Qin Feiyang and chased after the mysterious madam. 5-colored crystal stone. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and once again sank his mind into the 2 jade slips. 2 pieces of information poured into his mind. Qin Feiyang's eyes were immediately filled with a touch of surprise. 2 battle arts. One is called the Heavenly Demon 9 Steps, which is an auxiliary battle art. The other is called the Fury of the Mad God, which is a killing battle art. What surprised Qin Feiyang was this Fury of the Mad God. If he remembered correctly, the White-Eyed Wolf's current battle art seems to be called the Fury of the Mad God. There was only one word missing. He looked at it seriously. He wanted to see what other advantages this Fury of the Mad God had compared to the Fury of the Mad God, apart from the grade. In the end, he found that this Fury of the Mad God was actually a battle art specialized in beasts. Moreover, it had the same effect as the Fury of the Mad God, which was to increase one's combat power through transformation. Could it be that this is specially prepared for the White-Eyed Wolf? Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. Then, he calmed down again and looked at the Heavenly Demon 9 Steps. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he looked at it, he was shocked. The Heavenly Demon 9 Steps turned out to be a battle art with both auxiliary and killing battle art. In other words, not only can it increase one's speed, but it also has a terrifying lethality. To put it simply, as long as one mastered the Heavenly Demon 9 Steps, it was equivalent to mastering an auxiliary battle art and a killing battle art at the same time. Qin Feiyang was excited. Such a battle art was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was very rare. He didn't expect that the mysterious madam would give him such a precious battle art. In the future, he would undoubtedly have another trump card. But suddenly, he lowered his head and frowned. He really wanted the Heavenly Demon 9 Steps, but he thought of Yang Wei. This time, the Heavenly Tiger tribe suffered a disaster all because of him, which made him feel a little guilty. Moreover, Yang Wei was now following him, and it was also necessary to strengthen Yang Wei's strength. Just give it to him. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, temporarily put away the 2 jade slips, and landed beside the demon child. The demon child was still lying in a pool of blood, seriously injured and dying. His cultivation base was destroyed, and he was no longer a threat to him. Qin Feiyang looked down at him and said lightly, "You should know that others are afraid of your Mu family, but I am not." "What do you want to say?" The demon child looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me, why did you lure me to the Forgotten Continent? Aren't you very smart? Guess it yourself." The demon child joked. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold, and he grabbed the demon child's neck, twisted it up, and said in a deep voice, "You have to know, if I want to kill you, I will not have any scruple. I know that you, Qin Feiyang, are a person who is not afraid of anything. But in this world, you are not the only one who is not afraid of death." The demon child sneered, and his contempt was undisguised. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and his expression calmed down a lot. He said with a faint smile, "I'm sure I've found out some details about your Mu family. Tell me about it." The demon child looked at Qin Feiyang playfully. "Then please listen carefully. Your Mu family is actually the descendant of Mu Tianyang," Qin Feiyang said, and then he stared at the demon child's expression, not letting go of any details. But in the end, he was disappointed. The demon child looked confused. It seems that the guess that the Mu family is the descendant of Mu Tianyang is not valid. Qin Feiyang muttered, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his hands began to form seals. Soon, a mark appeared and sank into the top of the demon child's head. "Ah!" The demon child suddenly held his head and howled in pain, roaring, "What did you do to me?" Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't you hear it just now? The seal of slavery." The demon child endured the severe pain and said gloomily, "What is the seal of slavery?" "It controls people's souls. To put it simply, as long as the seal of slavery is formed, you will be my servant in the future," Qin Feiyang said. "Damn it." The demon child was furious. He suddenly got up and rushed towards Qin Feiyang with a ferocious face. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sneered. If the demon child's cultivation was still there, he would not even dare to get close. But now, this little brat was just a cripple. It would be as easy as playing with mud to deal with him. Just as the demon child approached, Qin Feiyang raised his arm and slapped him directly. Smack. This slap landed solidly on the demon child's little face. He was slapped away on the spot, blood spurting out. A bright red palm print appeared on his face. With a bang, he hit another stone. He saw stars and his body seemed to be falling apart. The soreness was unbearable. But he seemed to be numb. He got up awkwardly and leaned his back against the stone. Like a beast, he stared at Qin Feiyang. If eyes could kill, Qin Feiyang would have died many times over. What's wrong? Not convinced. Qin Feiyang joked. If it weren't for that stinky woman, would you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? The demon child said angrily. What a joke. I dare to scold your great ancestor and second ancestor, let alone a little brat like you. Not convinced, right? Come on, beat me up. I'm just asking for a beating. Qin Feiyang hooked his finger, full of provocation. The demon child exploded with anger. To think that he, a dignified war emperor, had fallen to this point. How sad. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, what is your Mu family's conspiracy? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. If you have the ability, don't ask others. Find out for yourself. The demon child sneered. Qin Feiyang immediately moved his mind. The demon child held his head again and screamed in pain. Are you going to say it or not? Qin Feiyang shouted. Do you think that if you control me, I will be at your mercy? Stop dreaming. The demon child roared, his twisted face full of ridicule. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. This person's temper was too strong. Even if he controlled his soul, it was useless. And such a person certainly couldn't be kept by his side. Without hesitation, he directly erased the demon child's soul. Bang! At that moment, the demon child stopped screaming and fell to the ground dead. Whoosh! At this time, Yang Wei ran over and stopped beside Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned to look at him and asked, How is it? I took them all away. Yang Wei nodded, but there was still a trace of worry between his eyebrows. Don't worry. Although that woman is hateful, she still keeps her word. She won't hurt your people. She definitely won't. Qin Feiyang patted him on the shoulder and comforted him with a smile. Yang Wei nodded, glanced at the demon child, frowned and said, Why did you kill him? Keeping him will only be a threat. It's better to kill him. Qin Feiyang said. That's too easy for him. Yang Wei snorted coldly. Then what else do you want? Torture him? It's meaningless. By the way, do you have a perfect battle art? Qin Feiyang said. No. Yang Wei shook his head. Then I'll give you the heavenly demon 9 steps. Qin Feiyang took out a jade slip and handed it to Yang Wei. This won't do. It's too precious. Yang Wei hurriedly waved his hand. Take it. It's a little compensation for you. Qin Feiyang smiled and stuffed the jade slip into Yang Wei's hands. Then he sent the fury of the mad god to the castle for the white-eyed wolf to cultivate. Yang Wei checked the jade slip and looked quite excited. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Thank you. We're all on the same side. Why are you being so polite? By the way, did you ask that woman for the coordinates of the 9th area? Qin Feiyang laughed. Coordinates? Yang Wei was taken aback and said awkwardly, I'm sorry, I didn't think of that at all. It's okay. We'll fly there. Anyway, with you here, it won't take much time. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yang Wei nodded, put away the jade slip, sat cross-legged, and focused on repairing his sea of qi. Chapter 836. After several hours of traveling, Qin Feiyang suddenly noticed that the temperature was gradually rising. Moreover, the snow on the mountains below was getting less and less. In some places, green vegetation could be clearly seen. Yang Wei said, The temperature is rising, which means that we are about to reach the Flame Mountain range. Flame Mountain Range? Qin Feiyang was doubtful. The Flame Mountain Range is located between the 8th and 9th regions. It is shrouded in flames all year round and the temperature is very high. Therefore, the surroundings of the Flame Mountain Range will also be affected. Yang Wei explained. Flames? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yang Wei said, those flames are very magical. Water can't extinguish them and they will never be extinguished. After a while, a vast mountain range entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Sure enough, as Yang Wei said, it was a mountain range burning with flames. Moreover, the fire was extraordinarily big. Waves of fire were like tsunamis in the sea, covering the sky and earth. The mountain peaks that emerged from the waves of fire were also scarlet red. Swish. The two stopped above the edge of the Flame Mountain Range. The temperature here was estimated to be 80 to 90 degrees Celsius. If a mortal came here, they would definitely die in a few breaths. Yang Wei said, I have entered this Flame Mountain Range before. What's inside? Qin Feiyang asked. Yang Wei said, magma, ferocious beasts, and nothing else. Qin Feiyang said, how strong are the beasts? Yang Wei said, basically, they are all sacred beasts. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. Don't worry, except for the Beast Emperor in the central region, the other sacred beasts are no match for me. Yang Wei said with a smile. I see. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and asked, what kind of beast is the Beast Emperor in the central region? What is its cultivation level? I'm not too sure. I remember that year, when I killed my way to the central region, I suddenly sensed the aura of a beast ahead. At that time, my cultivation level was not weak either. I was a 6-star battle saint. However, the aura of that ferocious beast caused me to feel fear and terror. I felt as if a god of death was lurking before us. At that time, I immediately escaped from the blazing mountain range. Thus, I do not know what that ferocious beast looked like. I'm not sure about his exact cultivation either. Yang Wei said. After hearing this, Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Just this aura alone was able to scare away Yang Wei, a 6-star battle saint. How strong was this aura? 7-star? 8-star? Or even a 9-star battle saint? After so many years, although I have already become an 8-star battle saint, its strength must have increased as well. So, when we reach the central region, it's better to be careful. Yang Wei said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then let's go. As long as it's not an emperor beast, it won't be a threat to us. So confident. Yang Wei stared at him blankly. Suddenly, a wry smile crept onto his face. The young man in front of him had 2 sacred artifacts, a mysterious Chang Shui, and an ancient castle. He indeed had the right to be confident. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yang Wei led Qin Feiyang into the blazing mountain range at lightning speed. Roar. As soon as they entered the blazing mountain range, a huge ferocious beast roared out from the flames below. It was a male lion that was dozens of meters long. However, it was different from other lions. Its entire body was covered in fur that was as red as fire. Its 2 millstone-sized eyeballs also seemed to be cast from magma. Most importantly, it had 2 fiery red wings on its back. Its cultivation was not weak either. It was a 1-star battle saint. The blazing lion blocked in front of the 2, its eyes flashing fiercely. This. Qin Feiyang looked rather stunned. What's wrong? Yang Wei looked at him in confusion. This is a relic from 10,000 years ago, called the fire-winged lion. The pair of wings on its back can greatly increase its speed. Qin Feiyang said. A relic from 10,000 years ago? Yang Wei was stunned. In the Forgotten Continent, the fire-winged lion may be very common, but in the place where I live, it's very rare and almost extinct. Qin Feiyang said. So it's like that. Yang Wei suddenly understood and laughed. Then do you want to catch one and bring it back? Bring it back. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The white-eyed wolf and the others had already given him a headache. If another one came, would he still have a peaceful life? Forget it. He didn't want to do this kind of troublesome thing a second time. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, Yang Wei couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Although he didn't get along with everyone for long, he had some understanding of the characters of Wolf King and the other beasts. All of them were restless. To be honest, he still admired Qin Feiyang for being able to tolerate so many beasts by his side. If it were him, he would have chased them away. Roar. The fire-winged lion glanced at the two of them and suddenly roared. It spread its wings and pounced toward the two of them with a terrifying saint aura. Kill it? Yang Wei asked. Qin Feiyang said, forget it, just scare it away. Boom. Immediately, Yang Wei's body shook and the aura of an 8-star battle saint surged out. The fire-winged lion's gaze trembled and immediately fled, diving into the fire below and disappearing. Whoosh. The two of them continued on their way. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yang Wei didn't restrain his saint aura. At the same time, in the 8th district, above the Sky Tiger tribe, whoosh, two figures appeared out of thin air. They were two old men. One was in purple, with a ruddy complexion and white hair. The other was in white, with a celestial aura. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize them at a glance. They were the Mu family's great ancestor and second ancestor. Didn't the family head say that the little devil is here? Why don't I see him? The old man in purple scanned the Sky Tiger tribe and a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. No. Not only is the little devil not here, the people of the Sky Tiger tribe have all disappeared. The old man in white's eyes darkened. Disappeared? The old man in purple frowned and swooped down at lightning speed. He entered the Sky Tiger tribe and searched carefully. A moment later, he rushed up to the sky and landed beside the old man in white. He said in a low voice, "There really isn't a single person here. How could this be?" The old man in white looked at the void and said, "Do you feel that there is a remnant of a battle in the void?" The old man in purple was stunned. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed. When he opened his eyes again, there was a piercing murderous intent in his eyes. The old man in white said, "There are obvious traces of the glacier over there. Let's go and take a look." Whoosh. The two of them turned into streaks of light and flew towards the broken glacier. At the same time, an uneasy premonition rose in their hearts. Very soon, the two of them arrived above the glacier. The remnant battle energy here is even more obvious. One of the auras belongs to the little devil. Big brother, do you think something bad happened to the little brat? The old man in purple looked at the old man in white nervously. The old man in white's gaze trembled and he said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Although the little devil is not as strong as us, even in the central divine kingdom, I don't think many people can kill him." Yes, yes, yes. The old man in purple nodded repeatedly and said, "The little devil is definitely still alive. I'll send him a message right away." With that said, he took out an image crystal. At the same time, the old man in white also lowered his head and scanned the glacier below carefully. Suddenly, his gaze was fixed on the huge pit. Swoosh. The next moment, the old man in white landed at the bottom of the huge pit. He waved his sleeves and with a gust of wind, the snowflakes on the ground flew everywhere. A child covered in blood entered his line of sight. How could this be? The old man in white's expression changed drastically and he staggered a few steps back. His old face was full of disbelief. Because this child was the little devil they were looking for, demon child. Little devil. The old man in purple standing high in the sky also saw demon child and quickly rushed down to check on him. Dead at that moment. The old man in purple also collapsed on the ground in grief. Who is it? Suddenly, the old man in purple roared to the sky, his hair standing on end as his aura erupted. Boom. Crack. With a loud sound, everything within a radius of hundreds of miles turned into ashes in an instant. The old man in white closed his eyes in pain. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said, "I know who it is." Who? The old man in purple said. The remnant battle energy and the aura of that woman should be her. If I'm not wrong, it must be Yang Wei and Qin Feiyang who first found out that the little devil was in the Sky Tiger tribe. Then they went to find this woman for help and moved the people of the Sky Tiger tribe. Otherwise, the people of this tribe wouldn't have all disappeared. The old man in white said, "Damn it. Big brother, you must kill them and avenge the little devil." The old man in purple roared, "Don't worry, they definitely can't run away. I guess that Qin Feiyang should have gone to the Central Divine Kingdom, and there is only one entrance to the Central Divine Kingdom. I'll bring the little devil back to bury him. You go to the entrance of the 9th area immediately and block them," the old man in white said. The old man in purple said, "What if Qin Feiyang didn't go to the Central Divine Kingdom? I've also considered this point. When I return to the clan, I'll immediately ask the Patriarch to send people to conduct a carpet search of the 9 areas. In short, this time, if I don't catch this little bastard, I swear I'm not human," the old man in white said gloomily. After saying that, he opened a portal and strode away. "Qin Feiyang, just you wait, when you're no longer useful, I'll personally chop you into pieces." Chapter 837. 5 days later. The Flame Mountain Range. With Yang Wei, an 8-star battle saint, Qin Feiyang entered the central area unimpeded. After entering the central area, Yang Wei's expression became serious. After advancing for a distance, he turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, "Do you want to stop and prepare?" "No need." Qin Feiyang shook his head. But the next moment, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked forward. All of a sudden, he felt that something in front of him seemed to be calling him, giving him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "How could this be?" he muttered to himself. "What's wrong?" Yang Wei looked at him suspiciously. "Nothing." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and didn't think too much about it. He just thought that it was an illusion. The two of them continued to advance. However, Yang Wei obviously slowed down and his expression was full of vigilance. The surprise on Qin Feiyang's face became more and more intense. As they went deeper and deeper, the inexplicable sense of familiarity didn't disappear. Instead, it became stronger. This was obviously no longer an illusion. But why was it like this? One had to know that it was his first time entering the Flame Mountain Range. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything that could make him feel familiar. Look. Suddenly, Yang Wei seemed to have realized something. He suddenly braked and stopped in the void. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked up and his eyes were full of surprise. He saw that in the distant sky, there were suddenly patches of dark clouds emerging. As soon as the dark clouds appeared, they spread rapidly in all directions like a plague. In less than 5 breaths, the sky within a radius of dozens of miles became pitch black. What's going on? The two of them were dumbfounded. The dark clouds rolled and surged in the sky. Darkness covered the earth, making everything look extremely dim. But the strange thing was that this place was unusually quiet at this moment. Not only was there no wind, even the sound of insects was muffled. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Yang Wei gulped and transmitted his voice, "We can't go any further." Qin Feiyang remained silent. Frankly speaking, this strange phenomenon made him a little scared. However, the sense of intimacy that came from the depths of his heart made him impatient to go and take a look. "Don't be afraid. Let's continue. If we really encounter any danger, we can just hide in the castle." After much hesitation, Qin Feiyang finally decided to take a look. Yang Wei raised his eyebrows and pondered for a moment before he suddenly gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you." Whoosh. However, just as the two of them took a step forward, a beam of light shot over from the distant void like a bolt of lightning. "Someone's here." Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank and he hurriedly took out 2 illusory form pills. Yang Wei took one and turned into a white-haired old man. Qin Feiyang also took one and changed his appearance into a thin blue-haired young man. Now, not only the 9 regions, but also the people of the Central Divine Kingdom knew him. Moreover, the Pill Pagoda and the Mu family were also looking for him. Therefore, in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, it was better to change his appearance. After a few breaths, the light stopped in the void in front of Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei. This person was about 1.8 meters tall and thin. He wore a white robe that was spotless, but his face was covered by a black mask. His face could not be seen clearly. However, from his body shape and eyes, it was not difficult to tell that this was a man. Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei sized up this uninvited guest. Suddenly, Yang Wei took a step forward and protected Qin Feiyang behind him. He transmitted his voice, his very strong. I can't see through his cultivation. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yang Wei was an 8-star battle saint. If even he could not see through his cultivation, didn't it mean that this person in front of him was at least a 9-star battle saint or even higher? At the same time, the masked man was also observing Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei. His black gem-like eyes were suffused with a clear cold light. Who are you? Suddenly, the masked man asked. His voice was slightly hoarse and his tone was somewhat cold. How should I answer? Yang Wei asked secretly. Qin Feiyang said, just say that we are master and disciple. Yang Wei's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and smiled at the masked man. I'm Wei Yang. Nice to meet you, brother. Wei Yang, the masked man pondered and suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang immediately shrank his neck and hid behind Yang Wei. He did not dare to raise his head, showing a very timid look. This is my disciple, Lin Fan. He's a little timid. Please don't mind him. Yang Wei hurriedly said. He then turned to Qin Feiyang and shouted with a straight face, Lin Fan, hurry up and salute this senior. Qin Feiyang's body trembled. He slowly walked out from behind Yang Wei and said timidly, Junior Lin Fan greets senior. Seeing this, a trace of disdain appeared in the masked man's eyes. He ignored Qin Feiyang and looked at Yang Wei. Where are you from? What's your purpose in entering the Flame Mountain Range? Yang Wei said, we are rogue cultivators in the 8th district. We want to go to the 9th district. Rogue cultivators? The masked man was surprised. He could see through Yang Wei's cultivation at a glance. It was much more difficult for a rogue cultivator to cultivate to an 8-star battle saint than others. It seemed that this pair of master and disciple were quite talented. The masked man asked, then do you know where this place is? Yang Wei shook his head and said, it's our first time entering the Flame Mountain Range, so we're not sure. Is that so? The masked man asked, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Yes. Yang Wei hurriedly nodded. I don't think you have the guts to lie. The masked man smiled disdainfully and said, this is the central district of the Flame Mountain Range. There is a beast emperor here with terrifying strength. I advise you to take a detour. Yang Wei was shocked. How strong? Very strong. Anyway, you're no match for it. The masked man said coldly. This, Yang Wei revealed a very surprised look. At the same time, Qin Feiyang, who lowered his head and remained silent, also had a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Why did this man advise them to take a detour? Kind. He would not believe that there was such a good person in the world. Could it be, suddenly, his eyes flashed. Could it be related to the dark clouds? Faster than words could tell. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang immediately sent a sound transmission to Yang Wei. Tell him that we don't want to take a detour. All right. Yang Wei secretly replied, looked at the masked man and said, thank you for your kindness, brother, but we have already been in the Flame Mountain Range for 2 months. If we take a detour now, we will definitely waste a lot of time, so, bang. However, without waiting for Yang Wei to finish speaking, the masked man suddenly released a terrifying aura. Yang Wei's eyes trembled, and hurriedly said, brother, what do you mean by this? Since you don't want to take a detour, then I can only send you to hell. The masked man said coldly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he sent a sound transmission, quickly tell him that we'll take a detour. Hearing this, Yang Wei was quite angry. One moment he said that he didn't want to take a detour, and the next moment he said that he wanted to take a detour. What was this kid thinking? Bang! The masked man did not say any more nonsense. That terrifying aura turned into an invisible giant wave, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang. Don't. We'll take a detour right away. Yang Wei quivered, hurriedly rolled up Qin Feiyang, turned around and rushed to the left. The masked man did not chase, but coldly stared at the backs of the two. Humph, you don't know what you're talking about. Until Qin Feiyang disappeared, the masked man snorted disdainfully, withdrew his gaze, turned around and flew into the depths. At the same time, above a crimson giant peak, Qin Feiyang swept past. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked behind. Seeing that the masked man did not follow, he stretched out his hand and said, "Stop." "What's wrong?" Yang Wei slammed on the brakes, stopped in the void, and turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "I don't really plan to take a detour." Yang Wei was slightly stunned, and asked suspiciously, "Then what do you want to do? How's that person's strength?" Qin Feiyang did not answer, but asked instead. Yang Wei said in a low voice, "Very strong. According to my judgment, he should be a battle emperor." Yes. Although he did not release his emperor's aura, judging from his aura, his cultivation is definitely above a battle saint. Let me ask you again, why would a battle emperor be in the central area of the Flame Mountain range? And why would he stop us from moving forward? Qin Feiyang said. Why? Yang Wei asked. Very simple. There must be some rare treasure in the depths of the mountain range. Qin Feiyang said, his eyes shining. Rare treasure? Yang Wei's eyes trembled, and said, "Are you sure?" Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, and said, "Actually, just now, I asked you to say that we don't want to take a detour, because I wanted to see his reaction. So that's how it is." Yang Wei came to a realization, and shook his head with a smile. "You're really a little fox, but isn't it too presumptuous to be sure that there's a rare treasure in the depths of the mountain range?" No. There are traces that can be traced. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Traceable? Yang Wei was stunned. Look, why are there suddenly dark clouds in the sky? I've read some ancient books, and there are some related records. Wherever a rare treasure is born, there will be a strange phenomenon. Qin Feiyang said. Really? Yang Wei was still skeptical. Qin Feiyang was very helpless as he said, hearsay may be false, but seeing is believing. Let's go and take a look. Okay. If there's really a rare treasure, then this trip is worth the risk. Yang Wei nodded, withdrew his aura, and led Qin Feiyang into the sea of fire below. The waves of fire surged and instantly swallowed the two. However, these flames were only ordinary flames. One of them was an 8-star war saint, while the other was an 8-star war master. Ordinary flames couldn't hurt them at all. Beneath the flames was all magma, bubbling and surging with heat waves. The two of them flew close to the magma, restraining their auras to the extreme. About a few hundred breaths passed. Qin Feiyang suddenly sensed more than 10 auras high up in the sky in front of them. These auras were all extremely powerful. Furthermore, there was one aura that the two of them were very familiar with. It was the masked man. Could it be that he's not the only one? Yang Wei was bewildered. Don't make a sound. Qin Feiyang made a silent gesture and slowly rose into the air. However, he did not leave the sea of fire and only stuck out half of his head. Immediately, he saw many figures standing upright in the air above him. There were a total of 15 people, and their auras were all unfathomable. Moreover, every one of them wore a black mask on their faces, making them look extremely mysterious. Chapter 838. So many people. Yang Wei was shocked. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission. How are their cultivations? Yang Wei observed carefully for a moment and said in a deep voice, Don't scare me, they are all war emperors. Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. 15 battle emperors, this was too terrifying. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang's gaze went past the 15 people and looked even deeper. To actually attract so many war emperors, what exactly was inside? Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the depths and landed in front of the 15 people. This person had a head of white hair and was also wearing a black mask. However, from his wrinkled hands, it was not hard to tell that he was an old man. Greetings, Elder Wu. The 15 people bowed respectfully. Elder Wu nodded and asked, Who was it that barged into this place? It's a pair of master and disciple. The masked man who had stopped Qin Feiyang earlier stood out and said, What's their name? How's their cultivation? Elder Wu asked. Master is Wei Yang, an 8-star battle saint. Disciple is Lin Fan, an 8-star battle sect. They are both rogue cultivators. The masked man said. Elder Wu said, then why did they enter the Flame Mountain range? The masked man said, that Wei Yang said that they want to go to the 9th area. I have already told them to take a detour. Well done. At this time, we must not let anyone barge in and ruin young master's good deed. If you meet such people again, don't try to persuade them. Just kill them. Elder Wu instructed, filled with a murderous aura. Understood. The 15 people bowed and replied. Elder Wu added, in addition, pay attention to the sea of fire below. Don't let anyone sneak in. Yes. The 15 people nodded. Swoosh. Elder Wu immediately turned around and quickly disappeared into the depths. Sea of fire. After watching Elder Wu leave, the 15 people lowered their heads and scanned the sea of fire below. As for Qin Feiyang and Elder Wu, they had already sunk to the bottom of the sea of fire when Elder Wu had instructed the 15 people to pay attention to the sea of fire below. Therefore, the 15 people did not discover them. However, just as the two of them were about to continue forward, a sudden change occurred. Streaks of dazzling battle chi descended from the sky and entered the sea of fire, forming a barrier not far in front of them. The barrier went from the ground to the clouds, like a natural moat. Looking at the barrier, Qin Feiyang's face sank. This was obviously the doing of those 15 people. This was equivalent to cutting off the path ahead. This was because as soon as they touched the barrier, the 15 people would immediately sense it. What should we do? Yang Wei asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said in a low voice, let's go back first. Whoosh. Yang Wei immediately turned around and led Qin Feiyang back the way they came. Very soon. They stayed away from the 15 people. The two of them flew out of the sea of fire one after another. They stood in the void and looked ahead. Yang Wei said, it seems like it's just as you guessed. A rare treasure has appeared in the depths. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, even if there is a rare treasure, so what? We will only have a chance if we can sneak in. Yang Wei pondered for a while and said, why don't we try another direction? I don't think it will work. Because from their cautious attitude, it's not difficult to infer that there should be people guarding the other directions. Qin Feiyang said. Yang Wei said, this is just your guess. We will only know if there is one or not. Okay, let's go and have a look. Qin Feiyang nodded. It could be seen that Yang Wei did not want to give up just like that. Frankly speaking, he did not want to give up either. Because that inexplicable sense of intimacy had been pervading his heart and had not dissipated. Therefore, he hoped to find a chance in the other directions. However, things did not go as he wished. After 4 hours of circling around, the two of them still couldn't find an opportunity. Because as Qin Feiyang expected, there were guards in all directions. Moreover, according to Qin Feiyang's calculations, there were more than 100 people in all directions. They were all wearing masks and were extremely mysterious. What was even more ridiculous was that these people were all War King. They surrounded the central area, and their battle chi had turned into a barrier, sealing off all the places. It could be said that it was airtight. At this moment, Qin Feiyang stood in the air above a scarlet-red mountain peak, their faces full of worry. From the looks of the current situation, it was already certain that a rare treasure had appeared inside. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have used such a powerful lineup and had such a tight defense. But it was also because of this that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to sneak in. Yang Wei frowned. Who do you think they are? When he first saw the 15 people, he thought that they were all in formation. But he didn't expect that there was actually a young master. In other words, these 100 War King S were all followers of this person. To use so many War King S at once, this young master's identity was definitely not simple. Qin Feiyang asked, could it be someone from the 9th region? Impossible. Although I've never been to the 9th region, I can imagine that no tribe can have so many War King S. Yang Wei shook his head. In that case, these people should be from a certain force in the Central Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang muttered. Central Divine Kingdom. Yang Wei's gaze trembled. If that was really the case, then he would have to carefully consider whether he should get involved in this mess or not. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and said, "How strong is that Elder Wu?" Yang Wei thought for a moment, and said, looking at his aura, he should be stronger than the others. Then there's nothing we can do. Qin Feiyang sighed, feeling weak both physically and mentally. Those 100 or so masked men were not something he could deal with, not to mention the even stronger Elder Wu. Yang Wei was startled, and said, "You're giving up just like that? Then what else do you want?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "Life is more important than anything, let's go." Yang Wei looked at the central region, sighed deeply, and left with Qin Feiyang. Woo-woo. But at this moment, in the sky, a gust of wind suddenly rose. The whistling sound of the wind was like thunder, resounding through heaven and earth. Yang Wei immediately stopped. The two of them looked up, their eyes full of surprise. In the sky, dark clouds were rolling, as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas. Even within the dark clouds, one could faintly catch traces of lightning arcs that were faintly discernible. What's going on? Yang Wei was surprised. Qin Feiyang shook his head, unable to understand. Suddenly, somewhere in the distant sky, a vortex gradually appeared. As soon as the vortex appeared, the wind in the sky became more and more terrifying. Moreover, it was still rapidly expanding and growing bigger. Qin Feiyang stood in the air like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean, rocking back and forth. Even when the wind blew, there was a tingling sensation on his skin. Could this be? He stared at the vortex, and a terrifying thought climbed up in his mind. Whoosh! Suddenly, he looked down. Right below the whirlpool, there was a huge mountain. The giant mountain was tens of thousands of feet high, completely red, as if it was cast from magma, and exuded a majestic aura. Could the treasure be on the top of the mountain? Yang Wei was surprised. Qin Feiyang did not say anything, but his eyes were shining brightly. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud sound exploded in the sky, like the ninth heaven divine thunder, shaking Qin Feiyang's blood and qi. Even Yang Wei's face was a little pale. What's that? Yang Wei's eyes were full of shock. Thunder. Qin Feiyang said word by word. Yang Wei's face was full of disbelief. How could thunder be so terrifying? Whoosh! Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at the vortex again. He saw that in the vortex, the electric arcs were no longer faintly discernible, but completely visible. There were tens of thousands of electric arcs, like small snakes, crazily moving in the dark clouds, emitting a dazzling light. Just as I expected, retreat. Qin Feiyang whispered to Yang Wei, and quickly retreated. Seeing this, Yang Wei was stunned, and also retreated with Qin Feiyang, and said in surprise, "What's going on?" "Heavenly tribulation," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "What?" Yang Wei raised his head and looked at the vortex, his eyes full of horror. "I have read countless ancient books, and one of them clearly recorded information about the heavenly tribulation. Every living thing in the world will face the heavenly tribulation when they become gods. If they succeed, they will become gods and control everything in the world. But if they fail, they will be destroyed, and they won't even have the chance to be reincarnated." Qin Feiyang said. Yang Wei said, "You mean, there is no treasure at all, but someone is going through the heavenly tribulation on the mountain peak?" Qin Feiyang nodded. But suddenly, as if he thought of something, his eyes trembled, and he shook his head. "No, this is not a heavenly tribulation." Yang Wei was stunned, and said, "If it's not a heavenly tribulation, then what is it?" According to the ancient books, when a heavenly tribulation descends, the tribulation clouds are usually golden. But now the tribulation clouds are dark clouds, which doesn't match the information recorded in the ancient book. Is the information recorded in the ancient books wrong? Qin Feiyang frowned, and his eyes were full of confusion. During the conversation, the size of the vortex was already tens of thousands of feet. Inside, electric arcs flashed, and the light was boundless. From afar, the vortex looked like a bright moon. Although I don't know what's going on, this is definitely a heavenly tribulation. The power of a heavenly tribulation is enough to wipe out any living thing, let's continue to retreat. Qin Feiyang said. Whoosh. The two retreated tens of thousands of feet again, and stood on a mountain peak, looking at the vortex in the sky. Time passed breath by breath. About 100 breaths later, more than a dozen figures rushed over like lightning. It was the mysterious masked men. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and said, "We can't be discovered by them, continue to retreat." Yang Wei waved his hand, turned around, and rushed back with Qin Feiyang. Soon, the masked men came to the mountain peak where Qin Feiyang and Li Tianlan had stopped. Glancing around, the masked men landed on the mountain peak one after another. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and Li Tianlan also restrained their aura and landed on a mountain peak half a mile behind. Yang Wei looked up at the vortex, and said suspiciously, "It's been so long, why hasn't the heavenly tribulation appeared yet?" "Don't worry. It's just brewing now, and it will appear soon," Qin Feiyang said. Before he finished speaking, a bright flame suddenly rushed out from the top of the giant peak directly below the vortex. Boom! Crack! In the sky, thunder suddenly burst out. Chapter 839. How terrifying! The might of the heavens was vast and mighty, intimidating all living things. Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei could not help but tremble both physically and mentally. Even those masked men revealed looks of fear on their faces. What exactly is it? Qin Feiyang looked at the flames. The appearance of the heavenly tribulation was definitely related to the flames. Crack! All of a sudden, a resplendent bolt of lightning descended from the sky, heading straight for the peak of the mountain. It was like the light of dawn in the darkness, shining in all directions. Roar! At the same time, on the summit of the mountain, a loud and clear beast roar sounded, filled with a great sense of majesty. Qin Feiyang's expression froze. It was actually a vicious beast undergoing tribulation. He turned to look at Yang Wei and said, "Could it be the beast emperor you were talking about?" "Impossible. That beast emperor is indeed very strong, but I'm sure that when I first came here, its cultivation would not surpass the War King." Yang Wei decisively rejected. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the lightning struck the peak of the mountain. The entire mountain was instantly shattered. At the same time that the mountain was shattered, a vicious beast entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. It was a fiery red vicious beast. Its body was not big, about 3 to 4 meters long. It looked like a lion, its entire body covered in flames, but there were 2 fiery red wings on its back. "Isn't this a fire-winged lion?" Yang Wei's eyes widened. Along the way, they had encountered countless fire-winged lions. Although this fire-winged lion was much smaller than the other fire-winged lions, it was indeed a fire-winged lion. "I think I've seen it before. Furthermore, it's the one that gives me a sense of familiarity," Qin Feiyang whispered. Yang Wei was startled, and asked in surprise, "Isn't this your first time in the Flame Mountain range? How could you have seen it before?" "I don't know either. Anyway, I just feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if I know it." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the fire-winged lion, his eyes filled with confusion. He was sure that he had never seen this fire-winged lion before. But why did he have such a feeling? Roar! After being bombarded by the heavenly tribulation, the fire-winged lion was covered in blood. However, its bell-like eyes contained an unyielding will, as well as a trace of ridicule and disdain. It gave people the feeling that it was looking down on heaven's might. Crack! Along with a loud rumble, the second god's trial landed. Lightning shot in all directions and lit up the sky. However, not only did the flame-winged lion not dodge, it instead spread its wings and took the initiative to meet the attack. A terrifying ferocious aura spread out in all directions, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Boom! The two collided violently like comets. Roar! The flame-winged lion let out a pained howl as its body cracked open. Blood sprayed into the air as it was blasted down into the mountain range below. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. The power of the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Even though the fire-winged lion appeared to be unstoppable, there was no way it could withstand it. "How strong is it?" He looked at Yang Wei and asked. "According to my deduction, it should be a 2 or 3 star combat emperor," Yang Wei said. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, then it definitely won't be able to withstand it. Yang Wei frowned and said, let's not talk about whether it can withstand it or not. Let's talk about why it's undergoing the heavenly tribulation first. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He was also puzzled. Logically speaking, regardless of whether it was a beast or a human, the heavenly tribulation would only descend when they were breaking through to the divine war realm. However, the fire-winged lion's cultivation was obviously not enough. Roar. In the blink of an eye, the fire-winged lion that was blasted into the mountain range below rushed up into the sky and roared at the sky, provoking heaven's might. Boom. Crack. It seemed that its provocation had really angered heaven's might. The third heavenly tribulation quickly descended. Moreover, whether it was the speed or the movement, it was more terrifying than the previous two heavenly tribulations. Boom. The heavenly tribulation was aggressive and arrived in an instant, striking its body fiercely. The two wings on its back broke on the spot and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The fire-winged lion was once again blasted down. In an instant. In this place, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Magma erupted, and the land within a radius of several miles was instantly razed to the ground. Whiz. At the same time, the white-haired old man known as Old Wu flew over with a purple-clothed youth. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned as he looked at the youth from afar. That person was about 25 or 26 years old. He had a tall figure and an imposing appearance. However, at the moment, he was also in a sorry state. Yang Wei said in a low voice, the young master that those masked men are talking about should be him. 9-star war sect is not simple. Qin Feiyang muttered. Yang Wei said, do you think his goal is this fire-winged lion? It's possible. Qin Feiyang nodded. While the two were talking, Old Wu and the purple-clothed youth had already landed in front of the masked men. Greetings, young master. The masked men hurriedly bowed. The purple-clothed youth nodded and lowered his head to look at the fire-winged lion lying in the magma. At this moment, the fire-winged lion's wings were broken and its body was in tatters. It was on the verge of death and could be said to be in imminent danger. However, the heavenly tribulation did not show any mercy. The fourth bolt of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, roaring through the sky as it crazily struck towards the fire-winged lion. Roar. Suddenly, the fire-winged lion roared and rushed into the air. At the same time, the ground below cracked, and a palm-sized flame rushed out from a crack. Pill fire. Yang Wei glared at him. It's not a pill fire. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He understood pill fire very well. Pill fire had a very special aura. And this cluster of flames did not have the aura of a pill fire. Hurry up and snatch it. At the same time, the purple-clothed youth shouted. A strong desire and greed emerged in his eyes. Whiz. Old Wu immediately rushed towards the flames like lightning. You're courting death. The fire-winged lion also noticed Old Wu at the first moment, and its eyes were filled with an astonishing ferocious light. Boom. Suddenly, a flame rushed out of its body and pounced towards Old Wu with an overwhelming force. If it's not a pill fire, what are they snatching? Yang Wei was surprised. Qin Feiyang was also puzzled. What were these people trying to do? Courting death? Old Wu sneered and said, if it weren't for my young master liking you, I would have killed you long ago. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved. The battle chi in his palm surged and turned into a torrent that surged forward. Boom. That flame was annihilated on the spot. Puff. The fire-winged lion spat out a mouthful of blood and its aura became even weaker. Since you don't want to obey, we can only snatch your heart fire. As long as we get it, let's see how you can jump around. Old Wu was unforgiving. He stepped into the air and his old hand grabbed at the heart fire like an eagle's claw. His entire person was like a sharp sword, sharp and threatening. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was indifferent, Yang Wei frowned and said, aren't you going to help it? How can I help? Qin Feiyang asked. This fire-winged lion gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He did want to help. But with his little strength, how could he help? Yang Wei's eyes flashed and he said in a deep voice, give me one of those ribs. What do you want to do? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. According to my observation, other than Old Wu, the other masked men's cultivations are basically at the 1-star combat emperor level. I want to take a gamble, Yang Wei said. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yang Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang did not hesitate and took out a rib and handed it to Yang Wei. Yang Wei grabbed the rib and hid it in his sleeve. Without hesitation, he used the heavenly demon's 9 steps and rushed towards the mountain peak where the purple-clothed youth was. These days, while they were on the road, Yang Wei was also cultivating the heavenly demon's 9 steps. Although he was not completely proficient in it, he could still unleash half of its power. The 2 mountain peaks were only half a mile apart. For Yang Wei, who was moving at full speed, it only took a few breaths of time. But at the same time, the masked men also sensed Yang Wei's aura. You guys didn't leave? One of the masked men said in surprise. Obviously. He was the one who intercepted Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Yang Wei did not answer, his eyes filled with a sharp light. You don't know life from death. The masked man's gaze turned cold, he turned around and took a step forward, rushing towards Yang Wei. In that instant, the 2 of them met in the sky. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yang Wei laughed coldly, the rib that was hidden in his sleeve fiercely knocked on the masked man's head. Ah! The masked man let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying on the spot. His skull was shattered, and several cracks appeared on his head as blood gushed out. However, he was not dead, only injured. But even so, Yang Wei was overjoyed. With full confidence, he rushed straight towards the purple-clothed youth. However, the purple-clothed youth and the other masked men were shocked by the rib. Whose rib was that? It actually had such a terrifying power. Just as they were in a daze, Yang Wei landed on the mountain peak and grabbed the purple-clothed youth's neck. At the same time, Old Wu also grabbed the cluster of heart fire. The 4th heavenly tribulation also struck the fire-winged lion. Boom! The fire-winged lion was once again blasted down, and the magma splashed hundreds of feet high. After snatching the heart fire of the fire-winged lion, Old Wu immediately turned to look at Yang Wei, his eyes gloomy and frightening, and said, Do you know who you are provoking now? I don't know. I don't want to know either. Yang Wei said indifferently. You will die. Not only will you die, your family, your friends, they will all die because of your stupid actions. The purple-clothed youth was not worried at all. He coldly stared at Yang Wei, as if looking at an ant, full of contempt. Is that so? Qin Feiyang took a step forward, walked towards the mountain peak, and said with a faint smile, Even if we will die, you will definitely die in front of us. The purple-clothed youth's pupils shrank, and he looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Little bastard, I really regret not killing you at that time. At this time, the masked man who was sent flying roared and rushed towards Qin Feiyang with a murderous aura. Do you dare to touch him? Yang Wei's face turned cold, and the big hand that grabbed the purple-clothed youth's neck squeezed hard. Crack! A crisp sound of something shattering could be heard. The masked man's face changed, and he quickly stopped. It's not that I look down on you, but even if you want to kill us, you can't do it. Qin Feiyang glanced at the masked man contemptuously, and landed on the mountain peak, standing beside Yang Wei. Roar! The fire-winged lion let out a roar and dragged its wounded body into the sky. When it saw Qin Feiyang, it could not help but be stunned. It also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in its heart. Whoosh! But it did not think too much. Chapter 840. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire-winged lion. From its eyes, it was not difficult to see that this so-called heartfire was extremely important to it. Swish! He suddenly turned his head and looked at Old Wu. Return the heart fire to it immediately, or I will kill your young master. You dare! Old Wu shouted angrily, his voice stern. Those masked men also surrounded Qin Feiyang and Old Wu, their eyes revealing a fierce light. You don't dare! Qin Feiyang chuckled, took out an ordinary dagger, and gently rubbed the blade. Abruptly, with a wave of his hand, he directly cut off the right arm of the young man in purple. Blood immediately gushed out. The young man in purple was also in so much pain that his face twisted. Then, Qin Feiyang raised his head and grinned at old Wu, saying, "Don't challenge my patience." Old Wu said word by word, suppressing his voice, "You are borrowing courage from the heavens, do you know that? Are you threatening me? I'm sorry, I'm afraid of everything, but I'm not afraid of threats." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, raised his arm, and cut off the left arm of the young man in purple. The young man in purple couldn't help but howl miserably. However, old Wu still had no intention of returning the heart fire. Although Qin Feiyang cut off the arms of the young man in purple, he firmly believed that Qin Feiyang would never dare to kill him. Qin Feiyang, of course, could also see what old Wu was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "I don't know if you have heard of the Mu family of the Central Divine Kingdom." Mu family. Old Wu's eyes trembled. The group of masked men also had a hint of fear in their eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one, pursed his lips and smiled. "I even dare to kill the demon child, let alone you." "What? The demon child was killed by you?" Old Wu's face changed. "You still don't know? Then you have to ask around." Qin Feiyang laughed. "That's impossible. The demon child is second only to the great ancestor and the second ancestor in the Mu family. With your strength, you can't kill him." Old Wu shook his head in disbelief. "It seems that you know a lot about the Mu family. So, you should be from the Central Divine Kingdom. And his status in the Central Divine Kingdom is not ordinary. However, your family background is useless to me," Qin Feiyang said lightly. Old Wu looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Suddenly, he thought of something and said in surprise, "Could it be that you are?" Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Yes, I am Qin Feiyang." He took out a face-restoring pill and threw it into his mouth. Soon, his true appearance was restored. "It's really you." Everyone was dumbfounded. "My patience has its limits. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to return the heart fire?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the dagger poked the purple youth's crotch. The purple youth's body and mind tightened. A cold current surged into his heart. He quickly shouted, "Return the heart fire to him." In fact, old Wu didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Although he had never seen Qin Feiyang before, he had heard about what Qin Feiyang had done in various major regions. Even Qin Feiyang's notoriety had spread throughout the Central Divine Kingdom. This was a man who was not afraid of anything. As long as he said it, he would be able to do it. With a wave of his hand, the heart fire turned into a stream of light and flew toward the fire-winged lion. Crack! At the same time, the fifth tribulation also fell. The fire-winged lion hurriedly rushed over and swallowed the heart fire. At that moment, a magical scene appeared. The injuries on its body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the broken wings on its back were quickly regenerating. When the fifth tribulation fell, its injuries were basically healed. It was full of energy again and took the initiative to face the tribulation with high fighting spirit. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Such a serious injury was actually healed so quickly. Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Old Wu glanced at the fire-winged lion and looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. "Can you let go of the young master now? Do you think I'm stupid? If I let him go now, won't you kill me right away?" Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain and secretly told Yang Wei, "Be careful, don't let them take him away." "Okay." Yang Wei nodded. Old Wu raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything more. He paid close attention to Qin Feiyang and Old Wu. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely take action. Boom! The fire-winged lion and the fifth tribulation met in the sky. There was no suspense. The fire-winged lion was blasted down again. But after swallowing the heart fire, the fire-winged lion seemed to have transformed into an unkillable cockroach. Every time it was blasted down, it would quickly stand up tenaciously. The sixth, the seventh, the eighth, after 100 breaths of time, the fire-winged lion had already withstood the ninth tribulation. "It's finally over," Qin Feiyang muttered. According to the ancient records, every living being's divine tribulation basically only had 9 heavenly tribulations. However, to Qin Feiyang's surprise, not only did the tribulation clouds in the sky not dissipate, They actually sent down the 10th tribulation. How is this possible? His eyes widened in anger. Could it be? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes shone brightly. There were basically 9 divine tribulations. But there were some special heavenly tribulations that were more than divine tribulations. Among them, there was a kind of heavenly tribulation called Nirvana divine tribulation. And this kind of Nirvana divine tribulation would only appear under special circumstances. That was the carp leaping over the dragon gate, bloodline returning to its ancestors. In the world, there were certain ferocious beasts that inherited the bloodline power of divine beasts. And once these bloodline powers showed signs of returning to their ancestors, the Nirvana divine tribulation would descend. For example, the black dragon snake had the bloodline power of a true dragon in its body. If one day, it transformed into a true divine dragon, it would also face the baptism of the Nirvana divine tribulation. In other words, the fire-winged lion in front of him might have the bloodline power of a certain divine beast flowing in its body. Or perhaps, it had once fused with the blood of a certain divine beast by chance. And at this moment, it was transforming. Crack. The 10th tribulation poured down, emitting a heavenly might that was almost the sum of the previous 9 tribulation. The fire-winged lion looked at the heavenly tribulation with excitement and apprehension in its eyes. Suddenly, it soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and collided with the heavenly tribulation. Its eyes were filled with an incomparably determined light. Boom! In an instant, it collided with the heavenly tribulation. A thunderous sound exploded in the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. That void distorted crazily. Roar! At the same time, the fire-winged lion howled and smashed into the ground below, drowned in magma, and did not get up for a long time. Is it dead? Yang Wei murmured. Qin Feiyang said, with such a terrifying heavenly might, even if it doesn't die, it will lose a layer of skin. Boom! Before his voice faded, a shocking aura suddenly spread out in the sky. Qin Feiyang looked up. Old Wu and the masked men also looked up at the sky. They saw that the electric arc had disappeared in the vortex, replaced by a flame. As time passed, the flame became more and more intense. In the end, all the dark clouds in the sky were dyed red. At first glance, it looked like a sea of fire burning and rolling in the sky. Roar! Suddenly, accompanied by a loud beast roar, a huge flaming beast shadow roared out of the vortex. That beast shadow was hundreds of feet tall, like a towering mountain, running and roaring in the sky. The flame illuminated half of the sky. It was like a supreme beast descending, exuding a great majesty that shrouded the world. Not to mention Qin Feiyang, even old Wu and the masked men could not help but have the thought of kneeling down and worshipping in their hearts. Suddenly, the beast silhouette stopped and revealed its true appearance. What? Qin Feiyang exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out. That beast looked very strange. It looked like a musk deer, but it had a head like a dragon's and a huge tail like an ox's. His body was also covered in densely packed scales. They looked like snake scales, but they also looked more like dragon scales. Moreover, on its head, there were 2 half-meter-long antlers, red all over, blooming with a bright light. What kind of beast is this? Yang Wei's face was dull. Although this ferocious beast didn't look like one, it was very handsome. And the aura it exuded was like a real god. Dragon's head, antlers, ox's tail, elk's body. If I'm not wrong, it's the legendary divine beast, Fire Qilin. Qin Feiyang said word by word, his eyes full of shock. It could be seen that the fire-winged lion's previous tribulation was indeed the Nirvana tribulation. Fire Qilin. Yang Wei's body trembled. He also knew a little about the Fire Qilin. It was said that this Fire Qilin was a legendary divine beast, comparable to the divine dragon, and had the ability to defy the heavens. He never expected that after the fire-winged lion's tribulation, a Fire Qilin statue would descend. Rumble. That Fire Qilin stood high in the sky like a king, overlooking the world. This world seemed to be subdued under its feet. The void shattered and the sky collapsed. Boom. Suddenly, a wisp of flame swept out of its body and went straight down. Finally, the flame sank into the magma and disappeared. The next moment, The fire-winged lion floated out of the magma. It closed its eyes, covered in flames, as if it was sleeping, looking particularly peaceful. However, its body was quietly changing. First, the head. The head kept changing, and in less than 10 breaths, a dragon head appeared in everyone's sight. Then, its fur fell off bit by bit, and was replaced by fiery red scales. Then, its body, tail, eyes, and limbs also began to change. Until the end. A real fire Chileen appeared high in the sky. A terrifying divine beast's power also spread out, shocking the hearts of everyone present. Fire Chileen, Qin Feiyang's eyes were shining like 2 bright moons. He really didn't expect. This fire-winged lion actually had the bloodline power of the divine beast Fire Chileen. Swish. He turned to look at old Wu and asked, "You already knew?" "That's right. It's also because we found out that it has the bloodline power of the Fire Chileen that young master wanted to subdue it. But this beast would rather die than submit. Originally, we wanted to forcibly take out its heart fire, because for the Fire Chileen, the heart fire is their lifeline. As long as the heart fire is controlled by us, it has no choice but to submit. But this beast is also very cunning. It actually hid the heart fire." Old Wu's old face was incomparably gloomy. Qin Feiyang said, "You are far away in the central divine kingdom. How did you know that there is a fire-winged lion with the bloodline power of the Chileen here?" "Our tribe's totem is the Fire Chileen. We have been looking for it, hoping to find a real Fire Chileen to be our tribe's guardian beast. Now we finally found it, but I didn't expect it to be destroyed by you." Old Wu stared at Qin Feiyang, his old face full of resentment. Chapter 841. You people with powerful families and backgrounds have always been high and mighty. You don't take others seriously. I just feel that it's a very pleasant thing to be able to spoil your plans. Qin Feiyang laughed. Elder Wu's face darkened. Roar. At this moment, with an earth-shaking beast roar, the Fire Chileen in the sky got into the vortex and disappeared. The tribulation clouds also began to recede like the tide. Elder Wu looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "When will you let him go?" Qin Feiyang said, "When I'm out of danger, I will let him go." Elder Wu's eyes flashed coldly. Whoosh. The tribulation clouds receded and the heavenly power disappeared. The world gradually returned to calm. The masked men who were guarding the other directions also rushed over here one after another. What's going on? Why was the young master kidnapped? He. Isn't he the rumored Qin Feiyang? When these people arrived and saw Qin Feiyang, their faces changed drastically. Yang Wei glanced at those people's expressions and secretly joked, "It seems that your name has really spread throughout the central divine kingdom." "Actually, I didn't do anything bad." Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Whether it was slaughtering the creatures in the first and second areas, or snatching the alchemy fire in the 5th to 9th areas, it had nothing to do with him. He really couldn't figure out why no matter where he went, there would be people who would come to him. Could it be that he was born to attract criticism? Fortunately, Lu Hong had recorded his conversation with the Mu family's ancestor. Otherwise, even if he jumped into the netherworld, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Gossip is a fearful thing. Yang Wei sighed. To be honest, if it wasn't for the time he spent with Qin Feiyang and knew about Qin Feiyang, if he didn't hear the Mu family's ancestors' words with his own ears, even he would believe that all of this was done by Qin Feiyang. At this moment, all the masked men gathered around. More than 100 battle emperors surrounded Qin Feiyang and Qin Wentian. Faced with such a situation, if it were anyone else, even if they were controlling the purple-clothed youth, they would probably have lost their composure. Yang Wei was the best example. Looking at the hundreds of battle emperors around him, his face was filled with anxiety. Even the arm that was holding onto the purple-robed young man was trembling. But Qin Feiyang was very calm. He looked up at the fire-winged lion. No. It should be called the Fire Chileen now. He looked at the Fire Chileen in bewilderment. One had to know. He had never seen this Fire Chileen before, but why did it give him this kind of indescribable feeling of familiarity? A moment passed. The Fire Chileen's injuries were mostly healed. It opened its eyes and scanned everyone present. Finally, Its gaze fell on Qin Fei Yang. In its eyes, Qin Fei Yang could clearly see a trace of gratitude. Qin Fei Yang smiled and said, "This is not a good place to stay. You should leave quickly." "What about you?" the fire Qilin asked. Its voice was very loud and deafening. Qin Fei Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry about me, I can walk away." The fire Qilin looked at him suspiciously and suddenly asked, "Why are you helping me?" Qin Fei Yang pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know, it's a feeling." "All right. We'll meet again." Without any hesitation, the fire Qilin turned into a ray of fire and quickly disappeared into the sky. Seeing the fire Qilin leave without looking back, for some reason, Qin Fei Yang felt an inexplicable sadness and reluctance in his heart. Could it be that I've really seen it before? Qin Fei Yang was very confused. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. Someone else is coming. Everyone was shocked. They looked up and saw a purple figure flying through the air like lightning. "It's him." Qin Fei Yang and Yang Wei suddenly changed color. It was a purple-clothed old man. He had a ruddy face and white hair. His body was strong and his aura was as unfathomable as the ocean. That's right. He is the Mu Jiao's second ancestor. At the same time, the purple-clothed old man also noticed Qin Fei Yang. His old eyes suddenly burst out an amazing light. Yang Wei shouted, "Not good, let's go." The purple-clothed young man can threaten old Wu and the group of masked people, but certainly not the Mu Jiao's second ancestor. If they continue to stay, it's absolutely a dead end. Buzz. Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and quickly opened a portal. "Still want to escape?" Seeing this, the Mu Jiao's second ancestor sneered. A terrible pressure, like a tide, swept through the sky and rushed towards Qin Fei Yang. Yang Wei shouted, "It's too late, quickly enter the castle." Qin Fei Yang's eyes sank. If they enter the castle, the Mu Jiao will certainly continue to waste time with him. At present, there are not many herbs left for the battle Qidan. He simply does not have the capital to waste time with the Mu Jiao. But now, it seems that there is no other way. Really unlucky. He angrily glared at the Mu Jiao's second ancestor and took Yang Wei and the purple-clothed young man into the castle. Bastard! Let go of the young master. Seeing this situation, old Wu and the group of masked people were also anxious. Whoosh! The purple-clothed old man landed in front of old Wu. The terrifying pressure firmly imprisoned the group of people. He coldly said, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Qin Fei Yang?" At this moment, old Wu and the others couldn't help but feel cold. Old Wu respectfully said, "I am the high priest of the Qilin tribe. May I ask who you are?" The purple-clothed old man said, "This old man is the Mu Jiao's second ancestor." Mu Jiao's second ancestor. Old Wu's body trembled. He quickly said, "Greetings, my lord." "Yes." The purple-clothed old man nodded. "What are you doing here?" "We're here for the fire Qilin." Old Wu didn't dare to hide the slightest thing. He recounted the previous situation in detail. It turned out that the fire-winged lion was crossing the Nirvana tribulation. No wonder even the people in the 9th area could feel a trace of heavenly power. What about the fire Qilin? The purple-clothed old man suddenly realized and asked. "It ran away. My family's young master was also held hostage by Qin Fei Yang." Old Wu said. "You guys are truly unlucky. You actually met Qin Fei Yang, this fiend. However, a peerless beast like the fire Qilin is not something that a small tribe like yours is qualified to have." The purple-clothed old man smiled disdainfully. Which direction did the fire Qilin go? This, old Wu hesitated. Because it's obvious that the Mu Jiao also wants the fire Qilin. If the Mu Jiao makes a move, then the Qilin tribe basically has nothing to do with it. The purple-clothed old man raised his eyebrows, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. "If you dare to say that you don't know, this old man will dig out all of your eyeballs." Old Wu's face turned pale, and hurriedly said, I know, it went in the direction of the 8th area, but whether it went to the 8th area or not, I don't know." The purple-clothed old man heard this, was silent for a while, and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Soon, a black-clothed old woman appeared. It was the previous housekeeper of the Mu Jia. The black-clothed old woman bowed and said, "Greetings to the second ancestor. Quickly inform the patriarch that a fire Chelin has appeared in the Flame Mountain range and is fleeing to the 8th area. Ask him to immediately send someone to intercept it. By the way, tell the great ancestor that I found Qin Feiyang, and he is also in the Flame Mountain range." The purple-clothed old man said. "Fire Chelin." The black-clothed old woman's eyes trembled, and hurriedly said, "I'll go find the patriarch right away." After that, the shadow disappeared. The purple-clothed old man also put away the image crystal, looked at old Wu and the others, and said, "You guys go. Go." A group of people looked at each other. Old Wu swallowed his saliva, and said, "Lord, we don't want to stay here and disturb you, but our young master is still in the hands of Qin Feiyang. Don't have any hope. I know Qin Feiyang too well. As long as someone falls into his hands, there will be no way to survive." The purple-clothed old man sneered. Old Wu's heart sank. The purple-clothed old man said with a blank expression, "This old man doesn't want to say it again. Okay, we'll leave now." Old Wu nodded again and again, unwillingly looked at the place where Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared, and then opened a portal, leading a group of people, and quickly left. At the same time, inside the castle, Yang Wei has released the purple-clothed young man, and at this moment, he was looking at the castle curiously. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, was carefully listening to the conversation outside. When he heard the introduction of the conversation outside, Qin Feiyang turned to look at the purple-clothed young man and asked, "What's your name?" The purple-clothed young man's body stiffened. He stared at Qin Feiyang with vigilance, and said, "Wu Xiao." Qin Feiyang asked, "What's the status of your Kirin tribe in the Central Divine Kingdom?" "It's not bad, it's one of the top 10 tribes." Wu Xiao timidly said. If he didn't know the true identity of Qin Feiyang, he would certainly be proud. And as the young master of the Kirin tribe, one of the top 10 tribes in the Central Divine Kingdom, he indeed has the capital to be proud. But now, he really didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said in surprise, "There are so many super tribes in the Central Divine Kingdom?" Wu Xiao nodded. "So, your status is not low, but why can't your high priest recognize the second ancestor of the Mu Jia?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because the Mu Jia is very mysterious, and they rarely appear in front of people, we basically only know the existence of the Mu Jia. Especially the great ancestor, the second ancestor, and the demon child. Since I was born, I have never seen them appear in the Central Divine Kingdom. So, we have only heard of their names, but have never seen them in person. Wu Xiao said. "So that's it." Qin Feiyang suddenly nodded. At this time, Fatso opened his eyes and said worriedly, "Boss, the battle Qi Dan is really running out, we can't waste any more time with the Mu Jia." "I know," Qin Feiyang said. Yang Wei hesitated and said, "The battle Qi Dan, we don't need to think about it for the time being." "What do you mean?" Everyone looked at him in surprise. "When the mysterious lady took away my people, I went to the tribe's treasure house and took a part of the medicinal materials. The medicinal materials for the battle Qi Dan are estimated to be more than 5 million. Yang Wei said. Several people looked at each other. "This is really an unexpected surprise." Fatso said angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Fat Lord has been here for so long." Yang Wei scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I thought such a thing would never happen again, so I didn't mention it." Everyone shook their heads and laughed. In any case, the current problem has been solved. However, more than 5 million sets of medicinal materials, it's not a small amount, but it's not a lot either. At the current rate of consumption, they can only last for about half a year, so they can't completely put down their worries and hide in the castle to cultivate. Chapter 842. What do you want? The young man in purple shrank his neck and put his hands in front of his chest as if he was guarding against a pervert. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. "Do you have any medicinal materials for the battle Qi pill?" "I'm not an alchemist, so I don't have any." The young man in purple shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Then give me the coordinates of the Central Divine Kingdom." "You want to go to the Central Divine Kingdom?" The young man in purple was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. The young man in purple was dumbfounded. He knew. Now, whether it was the Pill Tower or the Mu family, they were all looking for this guy. Anyone with a little sense would choose to find a place to hide in the 9 regions. However, this guy actually took the initiative to go there. He was really not afraid of death. Seeing that the young man in purple was silent for a long time, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said unkindly, "You don't want to give me the coordinates?" The young man in purple quickly said, "It's not that I don't want to give you the coordinates, but it's useless even if I give you the coordinates." "Why?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Because the portal can't directly teleport to the central divine kingdom. There is only one way to enter the central divine kingdom, and that is through the portal of the Pill Tower in the 9th region." The young man in purple said. "The portal again." Qin Feiyang was quite angry. In the Great Qin Empire, people in the 9 regions also had to go through the portal if they wanted to go to the capital. In fact, there was an advantage to this. It could prevent some people with bad intentions from sneaking into the capital and the central divine kingdom without being noticed. But on the other hand, this practice had a taste of discrimination. Because they were all from the same continent, why should they set up such barriers to hinder others? Didn't this show that people in other places were inferior to the people in the capital and the central divine kingdom? Qin Feiyang frowned. Is there no other way to enter the central divine kingdom besides the portal? The people of the Mu family and the Pill Tower must be waiting for them at the portal, so they must not go there. Yes, but it's very dangerous. There is a vast ocean between the central divine kingdom and the 9th region. We call it the Endless Sea. I've never been there, but I've heard that there are countless sea beasts there. And there are all kinds of dangerous places. I can tell you with certainty that since ancient times, there has never been anyone who has successfully crossed the Endless Sea. The purple-clad young man said. Qin Feiyang asked, "How strong are those sea beasts?" It's said that emperor-level sea beasts travel in groups. There are even rumors that there is a divine beast hidden somewhere in the Endless Sea. This divine beast is not something the fire Qilin can compare to. It is said that it is a true deity, the purple-clad young man said in a deep voice. God. Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart. Regardless of whether this rumor was true or false, just those emperor-level sea beasts were enough to make people feel intimidated. Qin Feiyang said, "Then give me the coordinates of the Pill Tower in the 9th region." The purple-clad young man said, "I won't give you the coordinates, but I can take you there." Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the purple-clad young man with a playful smile. "You're quite smart, you know this is your only bargaining chip." Humph. The purple-clad young man snorted from his nose and said, "Although my Qilin tribe is not as strong as the Mu family and the Pill Tower, it's not something you can compete with now. If you dare to touch me, I promise you will regret it in the future. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're still being arrogant." Fatso looked at him maliciously, his face full of ridicule. The purple-clad young man shrunk his neck and said, "I'm not being arrogant, I'm just stating a fact. Instead of hurting me, you might as well cooperate with me. With my help, you will have a higher chance of sneaking into the central divine kingdom." Qin Feiyang said, "Then tell me, how can you help me?" To be honest, he was a little tempted. When old Wu goes back, he will certainly explain this to my father, and my father will certainly come to me in person. At that time, you can change your face, pretend to be a member of my tribe, and follow me into the central divine kingdom. Of course, the premise is that you have to find a way to get rid of the Mu family's second ancestor, otherwise, we will be trapped here and can't go anywhere. The purple-clad young man said. Qin Feiyang heard and couldn't help but laugh. The purple-clad young man frowned. "What are you laughing at? I have to say, you're still too naive. The Mu family wants to catch me, even if I change my face and follow you, I can't escape their interrogation. Because in this world, there are things called Heaven's Eye Stone and Facial Restoration Pill. Unless your Qilin tribe is strong enough to not accept the Mu family's interrogation. But do you dare? Actually, I have an idea." Qin Feiyang said. "What idea?" the purple-clad young man asked. "I have a conversation record in my hand. As long as this conversation record is successfully handed over to the Pill Tower, They will definitely send someone to save me. Qin Feiyang said. What conversation record? The purple-clad young man was surprised. One should know that what Qin Feiyang did in the 9 regions had completely angered the Pill Tower. It can be said that the Pill Tower's people can't wait to skin him alive, so how could they save him? You don't need to know this. You just need to remember, don't play any tricks, otherwise, no matter where you hide, I can kill you. Cripple his cultivation. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, Yang Wei immediately waved his hand and shattered the purple-clad young man's qi. What are you doing? The purple-clad young man was shocked and angry, the severe pain made his face distorted. Qin Feiyang ignored him, his hands quickly formed a seal, and soon a slave seal appeared and disappeared into the purple-clad young man's mind. This is the slave seal. Even if you are in the central divine kingdom, I can erase your soul with just a thought. Qin Feiyang said. Slave seal? The purple-clad young man looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Yang Wei sighed, don't think that he is joking, because of this, I have to work for him. Hearing this, the purple-clad young man was shocked. Even a battle saint can be controlled, isn't this too ridiculous? Qin Feiyang said, take out your image crystal. Okay. The purple-clad young man quickly responded and obediently took out the image crystal. After the two established a contract bridge, Qin Feiyang said, go out after you repair your qi. Be careful of the Mu clan's second ancestor, he is likely to harm you. No way. I didn't offend him. The purple-clad young man was surprised. When facing the Mu clan's people, you better not have such a wishful thinking. Fatso smiled coldly. Okay. I'll be careful. The purple-clad young man looked at Fatso and nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, that recording, you won't give me? When you see the Pill Tower's people, send me a message, then I will send it to you. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The purple-clad young man nodded. Then, Qin Feiyang took out a spirit sea pill and threw it to the purple-clad young man. For Dan Veins. The purple-clad young man caught the spirit sea pill, his face was full of shock. Qin Feiyang frowned, don't talk nonsense, quickly repair your qi. About half an hour later, the purple-clad young man finally repaired his qi. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate, waved his hand and sent the purple-clad young man out of the castle. Fatso said, do you think the Mu clan's old monster will kill him? The Wolf King pondered for a moment before saying, most likely. Don't say such unlucky words. Now whether we can turn things around or not depends on him. Qin Feiyang stared at Fatso and Wolf King, then calmed down and listened to the movements outside. At the same time, outside. Since Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle, the exposed ancient castle would automatically sink. Therefore, the place where the purple-clothed youth appeared was in the magma of the mountain range below. The temperature of the magma was extremely high and could instantly melt steel, but the purple-clad young man was a 9-star battle master, so it was not a threat to him. Bang! He leaped out of the magma. Boom! As soon as he rushed out of the magma, a terrifying pressure enveloped him. Where's Qin Feiyang? Following. A bone-chilling voice entered his ears. The purple-clad young man's face changed, and he quickly looked up and saw the Mu clan's second ancestor standing above his head. Greetings, senior. He hurriedly bowed and said. The Mu clan's second ancestor said impatiently, I'm asking you where Qin Feiyang is now, answer me quickly. The purple-clad young man's body trembled, and he respectfully replied, he's still hiding in that castle. The Mu clan's second ancestor narrowed his eyes, then why did he let you go? I made a deal with him. I gave him the coordinates of the Pill Pagoda in District 9, and he agreed to let me go. The purple-clad young man said, his heart vigilant. Is that so? Didn't he give you anything? The Mu clan's second ancestor said. What can he give me? The purple-clad young man was puzzled. Strange. The Mu clan's second ancestor frowned. Could it be that this little bastard didn't have any evidence in his hands, and was just scaring them? No. I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. The Mu clan's second ancestor muttered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The purple-clad young man suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, his whole body was cold. He quickly knelt in the void and begged, "Senior, I don't know anything, please don't kill me. I only believe that in this world, only the dead will keep their mouths shut forever." The Mu clan's second ancestor said expressionlessly. His old hand reached out, and an invisible force surged out. "My lord, please show mercy." At this moment, an anxious shout rang out. Whoosh! Before the voice fell, two figures appeared out of thin air in the void not far away. One of them was Elder Wu. The other person was a middle-aged man, about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a fitted white robe. His hair was half black and half white, and he was full of vicissitudes of life. "Father, save me, quick." Seeing the middle-aged man, the purple-clad young man seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw, and quickly called for help. The identity of this person was naturally clear, the leader of the Chilean tribe. Whoosh! As soon as the two appeared, they stood in front of the purple-clad young man. "Don't be afraid." Chapter 843. The Mu family's second ancestor glanced at the three people, frowning slightly. A moment later, he lowered his arm and said, "I can let him go, but before we catch Qin Feiyang, he must stay in the Mu family." "Why?" The Chilean tribe leader was puzzled. "There is no why, you just have to nod your head, or else, you will all die here." The Mu family's second ancestor said, a cold light surging in his eyes. Although he didn't know whether Qin Feiyang had evidence or not, he must eliminate all possibilities. And Qin Feiyang letting go of the purple-clothed youth, in his opinion, was very abnormal. So he had to be careful. "Sir, I respect you, but your way of doing things, isn't it too much?" The Chilean tribe leader frowned. "You should respect me, as for whether it's too much or not, it's up to me." The Mu family's second ancestor said lightly, although his words were plain, they were overbearing. The Chilean tribe leader and old man Wu couldn't help but show a trace of anger in their eyes. "I admit, your Mu family is very strong, my Chilean tribe can't even catch up. But don't forget, the Pill Tower is the ruler of the Forgotten Continent. And your Mu family, after all, is just an outsider. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, this time I came to find you, my people all know. If something happens to me here, my people will definitely go to the head of the Pill Tower to explain this matter. And my Chilean tribe, although in your eyes, is nothing, but in any case, it is still one of the top 10 tribes of the Central Divine Kingdom. I believe the head of the Pill Tower won't sit idly by." The Chilean tribe leader said. "In other words, he has the backing of the Pill Tower, you dare to touch him?" Hearing these words, the Mu family's second ancestor's face became very ugly. As an existence second only to the ancestor, no one dared to speak to him like this. Because these words were obviously a threat. But frankly speaking, now, he really didn't dare to touch the Chilean tribe's leader and high priest. Because the Chilean tribe's leader was right, the Pill Tower is the supreme ruler of the Forgotten Continent. And all the major tribes of the Central Divine Kingdom also follow the Pill Tower's lead. If he touched the Chilean tribe's people, the Pill Tower will definitely not sit idly by. At that time, the Mu family will be facing the whole world's enemy. Of course. It's not that the Mu family is afraid of the Pill Pagoda. It was just that it wasn't time to fall out with him yet. This old man just wants your son to be a guest in my Mu family. This request is actually not too much. Mu Jio's second ancestor said. No matter what, he would not let the purple-clothed youth leave today. Just a guest. The leader of the Chilean tribe was bewildered. Yes. This old man promises you that after we capture Qin Feiyang, this old man will personally send him back to your Chilean tribe. The Mu Jio's second ancestor nodded. This, the Chilean tribe leader and old Wu looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with doubt. Old Wu was puzzled. My lord, I don't understand. What does your capture of Qin Feiyang have to do with my young master? Don't ask what you shouldn't. I've already given you enough face. If you continue to pester me endlessly, I won't be polite anymore. Mu Jio's second ancestor said in a deep voice. Their pupils shrank. Although the Mu clan's second grandfather had some intentions of compromising, after all, the strength and background of the Mu clan's people were right in front of them. They didn't dare to push their luck. Finally, the Chilean tribe leader gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, As long as you don't hurt my son, you can take him away. Mu Jia's second ancestor smiled and said. Then please go back. The purple-clothed youth quickly said. Father, I don't want to go to the Mu family, I beg you. He now really believes that Qin Feiyang's conversation record is very unfavorable to the Mu family. Otherwise, the Mu family's second ancestor wouldn't have tried so hard to keep him here. Although the Mu family's second ancestor promised not to hurt him, who knows what will happen after he goes to the Mu family? So he's afraid. Don't be afraid, the Mu family is powerful, they certainly won't do anything that goes back on their word. You just need to stay here for a while. The Qilin tribe leader smiled and comforted him. The purple-clothed youth still wanted to say something. The Qilin tribe leader said. You're a man, don't be so wishy-washy, it's settled. Immediately. He then looked at the Mu family's second ancestor and said. During this time, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my son. Yes. The Mu family's second ancestor faintly nodded. The Qilin tribe leader patted the purple-clothed youth's shoulder and quietly said. Child, in fact, this is a good thing, the Mu family is mysterious, you can just go in and understand. After that, he waved his hand and opened a portal, turned to look at Old Wu and said. Let's go. Old Wu secretly said. You're really at ease. What can I do if I'm not at ease? This old thing obviously won't change his mind. If we dare to refuse again, I'm afraid we'll really be killed by him. The Qilin tribe leader secretly said and then stepped into the portal, his eyes were quite hazy. Alas! Old Wu deeply sighed, secretly told the purple-clothed youth and also followed into the portal. Why am I so unlucky? The purple-clothed youth secretly said, his face full of helplessness and pain. Soon. The portal disappeared. The Mu family's second ancestor's eyes flashed, looked at the purple-clothed youth and asked again. Qin Feiyang really didn't give you anything? No. The purple-clothed youth shook his head. He was sure that if he told the truth, before Qin Feiyang erased his soul, this old thing would have already done something to him. The Mu family's second ancestor looked at him seriously and said. Okay, this old man will now call someone to take you to the Mu family. After that, he took out the image crystal. It won't work. It seems that now we can only slowly waste time with the Mu family. Inside the castle. Fatso sighed. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked worried. Originally, they wanted to rely on the purple-clothed youth to turn the tables, but they didn't expect to be stopped by the Mu family's second ancestor. When the purple-clothed youth went to the Mu family, under the Mu family's surveillance, he had no chance to find the Pill Tower's people. Roar. But suddenly there was a change. A loud roar of a beast could be heard coming from outside, shaking the surroundings. Huh! Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. At the same time, outside, the Mu family's second ancestor and the purple-clothed youth were also surprised, immediately looked up and saw on a mountain peak a few miles away, a majestic beast stood. It was the fire Qilin. Its whole body was surrounded by flames, like a king, standing on the edge of the cliff, coldly looking at the Mu family's second ancestor. Didn't it leave? Why did it come back? The purple-clothed youth was stunned. But the Mu family's second ancestor's old face was full of ecstasy. It really is the legendary beast, the fire Qilin. Wait for me here, he said to the purple-clothed youth without looking back, and rushed towards the fire Qilin. Roar. The fire Qilin roared, turned into a flame, and quickly disappeared into the sky. Stand there. The Mu family's second ancestor shouted, his speed was much faster than the fire Qilin, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. Now. The purple-clothed youth's eyes flashed, quickly opened a portal, and rushed in like lightning. Inside the castle. What's going on? Didn't we let it go? Why did it come back? Qin Feiyang frowned. It can't be that in order to save you, it deliberately came back to lure the Mu family's second ancestor away, Lu Hong said. Save me. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Stupid. Immediately, he cursed, and quickly left the castle with Yang Wei, rushed into the sky, and scanned the surroundings. At this moment, there was no trace of the fire Qilin and the Mu family's second ancestor. Yang Wei frowned. Where's Wu Xiao? Do you still need to think? He must have taken the opportunity to run away. Qin Feiyang sneered. Yang Wei said, then let's take the opportunity to run away. No. The fire Qilin came back to save us. And its cultivation is far less than the Mu family's second ancestor. I can't leave it alone. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Who said that beasts are ruthless? In fact, beasts know how to repay kindness more than some people. I know you're a righteous person, but it depends on the time. I'm telling you, if you run now, not only will you not be able to save it, but you will also lose yourself. Yang Wei said angrily. Roar. Before his voice fell, the fire Qilin's roar sounded again, with a trace of pain. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, used the phantom steps, and rushed in the direction of the roar. Damn it! Yang Wei cursed angrily, and quickly caught up with Qin Feiyang. You said the fire Qilin is confused, I think you're even more confused than it. After that, he waved his hand, rolled up Qin Feiyang, and used the demon's 9 steps, like a flash of lightning, breaking through the sky. About 10 breaths. The two stopped above a mountain peak, looking at the void in the distance. In that place, the fire Qilin stood in the void, constantly roaring, but unable to move. The Mu family's second ancestor stood next to the fire Qilin, his eyes were burning. Obviously. The fire Qilin was imprisoned by the majesty of the Mu family's second ancestor. Bastard. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. Seeing this, Yang Wei hurriedly grabbed him and advised, don't be impulsive, the fire Qilin sacrificed itself to give you a way out, if you rush up now, wouldn't you be letting down its good intentions? Qin Feiyang said, don't worry, I won't be impulsive. Whoosh. It was also at this moment, the Mu family's second ancestor seemed to feel something, and turned his head to look behind. Huh. When he saw Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei, he couldn't help but look stunned. Then, he raised his eyebrows, turned to look at the fire Qilin, and said, you came back to save him? The fire Qilin coldly glanced at him, then looked up at Qin Feiyang, and angrily said, what are you doing here? Go. Thank you. Qin Feiyang bowed. The fire Qilin said, I'm just repaying your favor, no need to thank me. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled, and without hesitation, decisively opened a portal, and went in with Yang Wei. It was too late for the Mu family's second ancestor to stop them, he could only watch Qin Feiyang disappear in front of his eyes. Whoosh! He suddenly turned his head, stared at the fire Qilin, and roared, what did he do for you, that you would help him like this? Even disregarding your own life. He's better than you. The fire Qilin smiled coldly, then closed its eyes, and no longer spoke. It had an attitude of if you want to kill me, then do whatever you want. Damn bastard, if it weren't for the fact that you're a mythological beast, this old man would definitely kill you. The Mu family's second ancestor said coldly, then opened a portal and forcibly left with the fire Qilin. Chapter 844. At the edge of the Flame Mountain range, there was a majestic mountain ridge. At this moment, Qin Feiyang stood above the mountain ridge, looking into the depths of the Flame Mountain range, his eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. Yang Wei, on the other hand, stood beside him in silence. After a while, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and poured his battle qi into it. At the same time, somewhere in the 9th district, there was a huge city. This city was called Ice Crystal City, as the name suggested. Ice Crystal City was covered in snow all year round. Every building, including every street, was covered with a thick layer of ice. In the center of the city, an ancient stone tower stood between heaven and earth, emitting a cold aura. It was the Pill Tower. In front of the tower, there was a huge square, and the teleportation altar was located in the center of the square. At this moment, at the edge of the square, hundreds of figures stood upright. They were wearing black armor, with sharp eyes, holding a long halberd in their hands, showing off their sharpness. In addition to them, there was a group of people who were particularly eye-catching. There were a total of more than 50 people in this group. They were wearing black, with a flame symbol on their chest. They surrounded the teleportation altar, their aura unfathomable. At the same time, in front of the altar, there was a white-haired old man sitting cross-legged. He closed his eyes, as if he was recuperating. There was no symbol on his body, but the aura he exuded was many times stronger than those men in black. On the surrounding streets, everyone who passed by here looked at the white-haired old man with awe. At this moment, on the southern street, a figure was hurrying towards the square. It was the purple-clothed youth, Wu Xiao. Buzz. Seeing that he was about to reach the square, the image crystal in his arms suddenly moved. He stopped and took out the image crystal, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Who would send me a message at this time? Father. Or Qin Feiyang? I can't reply. If it's Qin Feiyang, there will be a lot of trouble. He kept the image crystal and continued to walk towards the square. At the same time, in the air above the Flame Mountain range, Yang Wei asked suspiciously, "Who are you sending a message to?" Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Who else could it be other than Wu Xiao?" Yang Wei frowned and said, "He hasn't responded for so long. It seems like he doesn't want to see you anymore. That's not up to him." A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. With a thought, the purple-clothed young man from the Ice Crystal City immediately fell to the ground, holding his head and howling in pain. He felt as if his head was about to explode. The intense pain was unbearable. What happened? The people around him stopped and looked at him in surprise. The black-armored guards on the square also looked at the purple-clothed young man with vigilance in their eyes. He seems to be the young chief of the Qilin tribe, Wu Xiao. Didn't his father just say that he's going to the Mu family? The group of black-clothed men guarding the altar were also whispering to each other. "Let's go and take a look." Suddenly, the white-haired old man said, but his eyes were still closed. "Yes." A black-clothed man respectfully responded, strode out of the square and walked towards the purple-clothed young man. At this time, the purple-clothed young man had stopped howling, and the pain in his head also disappeared. But he squatted on the ground, his heart was filled with fear. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang was just scaring him. But now it seems that this is not the case. The slave seal can really control his soul. What's wrong? Do you need help? The black-clothed man walked in front of him and asked. No need, no need. It's just a sudden headache. I'm fine now. Thank you. The purple-clothed young man quickly got up and said respectfully. The black-clothed man looked at him suspiciously and said, "Didn't your father say that you're going to the Mu family? Why are you alone now?" The purple-clothed young man rolled his eyes, smiled and said, "I have something to do. I'll go another day." "So it's like this." The man in black suddenly nodded and asked curiously, "Can you tell me why the Mu family invited you as a guest?" The purple-clothed young man hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, "To be honest, I don't know." "You don't know?" The black-clothed man was surprised. But looking at the purple-clothed young man's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. "This Mu family, what are they trying to do?" The purple-clothed young man said, "Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." "Where are you going? Back to the Central Divine Kingdom?" The black-clothed man asked. "No rush. It's not easy to come to Ice Crystal City. I must have fun for a while." The purple-clothed young man smiled. The black-clothed man was speechless for a while and waved his hand. "Go." "Okay." The purple-clothed young man smiled and ran away. Sure enough, he's a playboy. The black-clothed man shook his head and didn't think much about it. He turned and walked toward the square. Near the square, in a small alley, the purple-clothed young man walked in with a gloomy face. Seeing that there was no one around, he took out the image crystal. Buzz. The next moment, an illusory figure appeared. It was Qin Feiyang. "Do you think you can run away? If I didn't show mercy just now, I'm afraid you'd be dead on the street now." Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. The purple-clothed young man's eyes trembled and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to let me go?" "Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll definitely let you go." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Now give me your coordinates." Sigh. The purple-clothed young man sighed deeply and gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang immediately opened a portal and brought Yang Wei to the purple-clothed young man. "What's next?" The purple-clothed young man looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me about the situation here. The alchemy fire here, wasn't it you who took it?" I heard that even the tower master here was killed by your accomplice. Do you still need me to tell you? The purple-clothed young man frowned. Yang Wei raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, just tell me." The purple-clothed young man shrunk his neck and said, "This is called Ice Crystal City, the Pill Tower and the teleportation altar are nearby, but now, the teleportation altar is guarded not only by the people of the City Lord Mansion, but also by the people of the Central Tower, and even a messenger." "What about the Mu family?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I don't see them. Maybe they're hiding in the crowd." "Of course, I've never seen the Mu family before, even if they stand in front of me, I won't recognize them," the purple-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang nodded and pondered for a while, then said, "Are there any restaurants nearby?" "Yes. Go out of this alley, turn right, enter the street, then go straight, about 500 or 600 meters away, there's a restaurant called Purple Cloud Restaurant." The purple-clothed young man thought and said, "Okay. Yang Wei and I will go to Purple Cloud Restaurant first, you go and call the messenger of the Central Tower," Qin Feiyang said. The purple-clothed young man said, "Is it necessary? Can't we just go and find him? I have other things to do." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he took out 2 illusory form pills. He threw one to Yang Wei and swallowed the other. Just like before, Yang Wei disguised as an old man. Qin Feiyang disguised as a blue-haired young man. Qin Feiyang looked at the purple-clothed young man and said, "Go, after this matter is settled, I will remove your slave seal." "Really?" The purple-clothed young man was stunned and quickly asked. "I always keep my word." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took Yang Wei, and strode to the end of the alley. "Finally, I'm going to regain my freedom." The purple-clothed young man was ecstatic and quickly turned and ran to the square. About a few hundred breaths later, Qin Feiyang and the purple-clothed young man came to the entrance of the Purple Cloud Restaurant. At the door stood 2 waiters. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the purple-clothed young man stop in front of the door, one of the waiters immediately ran up and said with a flattering smile, "2 guests, do you want to drink or stay? Let's drink a little, and arrange a slightly more secluded room for me." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Okay, please come in." Under the waiter's guidance, the 2 entered the Purple Cloud Restaurant. In the hall, there were not many guests, sitting in 2s and 3s, drinking and chatting. As for Qin Feiyang's arrival, these people only glanced at him hurriedly and then looked away. Of course, if Qin Feiyang did not change his appearance, it would definitely be a different scene. "Young master, the secluded room is on the 4th floor, follow me." The waiter called out, went straight up the stairs, and ran up. Everything went smoothly. But just as the 3 of them walked up to the 4th floor, the door of a room suddenly opened. Then an old man in white walked out. This person had white hair and a white beard, and his white clothes were spotless. He looked like an immortal and had an extraordinary temperament. Seeing this old man, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, and deep disbelief crept up in his eyes. After the old man closed the door of the room, he walked towards Qin Feiyang and the other 2. It seemed that he was going downstairs. When they met, the waiter bowed and said, "Hello, senior." "Yes." The old man in white nodded, glanced at Qin Feiyang and Yang Wei, and walked straight past the 3 of them. And from the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang lowered his head, as if he was very afraid of this old man. But suddenly, the old man in white who had already passed by stopped, turned around and stared at Qin Feiyang's back, and a trace of doubt crept up in his old eyes. And Qin Feiyang could clearly sense that the old man in white was staring at him. On his forehead, there were already beads of sweat the size of beans. It could be seen how nervous he was at this moment. After a few breaths, the waiter passed through a corridor, stopped in front of a room, and said with a smile, "Young master, this is your room." "Yes." Qin Feiyang pretended to be calm, nodded, and strode into the room. The decoration inside was quite luxurious. The floor was covered with snow-white jade, and there was not a speck of dust. All kinds of decorations were also carved with colored glass, jade, and precious beads. And when Yang Wei and the waiter entered the room one after another, the old man in white withdrew his gaze. "Why does it feel a little familiar? Illusion?" The old man in white muttered to himself, with a trace of doubt, turned and went downstairs. In the room, the waiter greeted Qin Feiyang and the other two, entered the tea room, and said with a flattering smile, "Young master, what do you want to order?" However, Qin Feiyang seemed not to hear. He sat by the tea table, lowered his head, and frowned tightly. Seeing this, the waiter looked at Yang Wei suspiciously. Yang Wei looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes full of doubts, and said to the waiter, "Anything is fine, you arrange it." Okay. Chapter 845. What's wrong with you? Yang Wei retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with concern. Qin Feiyang said, "Did you notice the old man in white we met earlier?" "Yes. That person didn't have the slightest aura of cultivation, but I could smell a dangerous aura from him." "Why? You know him?" Yang Wei asked. "Not only do I know him, but even if he turned into a skeleton, I would still recognize him," Qin Feiyang said, his eyes flashing with a shocking light. "Who?" Yang Wei was surprised. "The Grand Preceptor of the Great Qin Empire, and also my father's teacher. It is said that he has already stepped into the false god realm," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "What?" Yang Wei's expression changed, and he said in shock, "Doesn't that mean that he is only half a step away from becoming a war god?" Qin Feiyang nodded. This, Yang Wei couldn't believe it to the extreme. "That's not right. Since he's your father's master, then your family. But looking at you, why do you seem to hate him?" Yang Wei didn't understand. "Not only do I hate him, but I also want to pull out his tendons, peel his skin, and drink his blood." Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth, and his expression was unprecedentedly ferocious. Yang Wei was curious, but Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped talking and pulled Fatso out. As soon as Fatso appeared, he asked, "Boss, are you seeing things? Is it really him?" "It's really him. Let's not talk about this for now. You and Yang Wei go to the market immediately and buy as many medicinal materials for the battle chi pill as possible," Qin Feiyang said. "Okay. You be careful too." Fatty nodded and reminded Yang Wei worriedly. Then, he turned around and walked out of the private room with Yang Wei. After closing the door, Yang Wei turned to look at Fatty and thought to himself, "What's going on? It's a long story, and it has always been a pain in Boss's heart. Let's go, I'll tell you slowly on the way." Fatso sighed and walked down the stairs. Inside the room, Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his heart was in a mess. Last time when the general of the Iron Black Army ambushed him, although he didn't succeed in killing him, he must have thought that he died in the ice lake. Logically speaking, after hearing of his death, the Grand Preceptor should not come to the Forgotten Continent. But why would this old thing appear in Ice Crystal City? Is it to stop him? Or is there some other reason? But now, the Grand Preceptor must have known he was not dead. Once he appeared, he would definitely be hunted down by the Imperial Tutor. Coupled with the unfathomable Mu family, the situation was getting worse and worse. After a moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Qin Feiyang calmed himself down and looked at the door. The door was pushed open, and the waiter came in with a few dishes and 2 jugs of wine. Qin Feiyang said, "Put it on the table." "Okay." The waiter walked to the table and neatly placed it on the table. Qin Feiyang said again, "If someone is looking for me, there's no need to report, just tell them to come up." "Understood." The waiter nodded and smiled, then turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said, "Wait." The waiter was startled, and asked, "Young master, do you have any other orders?" Qin Feiyang said calmly, "When I went upstairs, I met that old man in white. Are you familiar with him?" "Not familiar. But that old senior is usually very kind." The waiter laughed. "Kind?" Qin Feiyang secretly sneered, and asked, "Then when did he come to the Purple Cloud House?" "It seems to be half a month ago." The waiter thought for a moment and said, "Half a month ago." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, took out a scarlet-colored glass pill, placed it on the tea table, and said with a faint smile, "Take this, don't tell him, I asked you about him." "Okay." The waiter's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran up to grab the spirit sea pill, and then ran out happily. This scarlet-colored glass pill only had 1 pill pattern. That waiter was a 3-star war emperor, so he was useless to him. But he could sell it at the exchange. For a waiter in a restaurant, this could be considered a considerable income. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment, rubbed his swollen head, and sighed. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Then he stood up, walked to the table, grabbed a wine cup, sat at the table, and poured himself a drink. Time passed breath by breath. About 100 breaths. Dong. Another knock on the door sounded. Is he here? Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, put down the wine cup, and said, please come in. Before his voice died away, the door was pushed open, and an old man and a young man walked into the room. The young man was the purple-clothed young man. The old man was the white-haired old man who was guarding the altar. Qin Feiyang, this is the divine messenger of the main pagoda. My lord, this person is Qin Feiyang. The purple-clothed young man closed the door, introduced both sides, and then stepped aside, silently looking at the two. Are you really Qin Feiyang? The white-haired old man looked at Qin Feiyang. Yes, I am. Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth, and soon his face was restored. The moment he restored his face, the white-haired old man's eyes shone with a cold light. Don't you know that the pill pagoda is looking for you? He said in a deep voice. Of course I know, otherwise I wouldn't be hiding. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-haired old man frowned. Then why did you take the initiative to look for me? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, and looked at the purple-clothed young man suspiciously. The purple-clothed young man said, this has nothing to do with me, and I didn't say anything. I only told him that you were here. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the white-haired old man again, and said with a faint smile, if I don't do anything wrong, I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. Since I dared to look for you, I definitely have the confidence. Please sit. Is there a need to sit? Get up and come with me. As long as you hand over all the alchemy fire, I will help you plead with the main pagoda master and ask him to be lenient. The white-haired old man said expressionlessly. Some things are not as simple as you think. If you don't listen to me, I can guarantee that not only will you regret it in the future, but your main pagoda will also suffer. Qin Feiyang picked up the wine glass, and said lightly while drinking. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows, walked to the table and sat opposite Qin Feiyang, and said, this old man wants to see how you're going to quibble, speak. It's not a quibble, it's the truth. Except for the heavenly thunder flame, heavenly ice flame, and heavenly mystic flame, all the alchemy fire is in the hands of the Mu clan. The main pagoda masters of the 5th to 9th districts were also killed by the Mu clan's second ancestor. Also, the first 2 divine envoys who appeared were forced by the Mu clan to self-destruct because they knew the truth. Of course, the main reason why they self-destructed was to help me get out of this predicament. Because I'm the only one in this world who knows the truth. If I die, no one can stop the Mu clan's conspiracy. Qin Feiyang said. You mean, all of this is the Mu clan's plot to frame you? The white-haired old man frowned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Impossible. The Mu clan has always abided by the rules in the Forgotten Continent. They would never do such a thing. Don't think that I'll believe you just because you said those words. Let me tell you, taking the initiative to admit your mistakes is your wisest choice. The white-haired old man sneered. Abiding by the rules? If that's what you think, then you're too naive. I'll tell you clearly, the Mu clan is planning a big conspiracy. I'm not sure what it is exactly. But I'm sure that once their conspiracy succeeds, the Forgotten Continent will fall into chaos. Qin Feiyang said. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows, angrily said, enough, stop trying to drive a wedge between us. Drive a wedge between us? I'm not interested in that, nor do I have the time. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, Lu Hong appeared out of thin air next to him, said, record that conversation, let this confused divine envoy listen to it. The white-haired old man's eyes darkened, said, watch your word. Okay. You're not confused, you're smart, your wisdom is unparalleled, is that okay? Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand, but there was a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. This guy's guts are too big. The purple-clothed youth standing at the side, just listening to Qin Feiyang's words, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. One must know. The old man in front of him was not only the divine envoy of the main tower, but also a terrifying war emperor. It was no exaggeration to say that even his father, the leader of one of the top 10 super tribes, had to be respectful. But this guy, not only did he not have the slightest bit of respect, he was even mocking and ridiculing him. Did he really not know how to write the word death? At the same time, Lu Hong also took out the image crystal, and slowly merged her battle chi into it. Immediately, the recording of that conversation slowly spread in the pavilion. In this conversation, not only Qin Feiyang and the Mu clan's ancestor, but also the black-clothed middle-aged man. That is, the divine envoy who was going to take Qin Feiyang to the central divine kingdom. Listening to these conversations, the white-haired old man's hands gradually clenched. The purple-clothed youth also had a look of horror. He didn't expect that all of this was really done by the Mu clan. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Don't think that by killing me today, you can hide it from everyone. Let me tell you, your Mu clan will pay the price for this sooner or later. Finally, an even louder voice came out from the image crystal. This was what the divine envoy said to the Mu clan's ancestor before he self-destructed. This Mu clan is too much. After listening to all the conversation, the white-haired old man suddenly stood up. His old eyes burst out with a strong murderous intent. Although at that time, we didn't record the image of the divine envoy, but you are all divine envoys of the main tower, you should be able to recognize his voice. Now, do you still think that I'm trying to sow discord? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-haired old man closed his eyes in pain. A moment later he opened his eyes, looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, and sighed, I'm sorry, all this time, we have misunderstood you. It's okay. As long as the misunderstanding can be solved. Now, tell me, what should I do? Qin Feiyang said. The white-haired old man said without hesitation, we must tell the truth to the master as soon as possible. I will take you to the central divine kingdom immediately. I can't go to the central divine kingdom with you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why? You're not innocent. What are you worried about? The white-haired old man frowned. Chapter 846. I'm not afraid. It's just that the Mu family won't let me go to the central divine kingdom. Have you heard of the young master of the Mu family, Mu Qing? Qin Feiyang asked. The white-haired old man nodded. Yes, but I don't know much about him. This person has activated a kind of heaven-defying fighting soul that can see through the origin of all things. All illusions have nowhere to hide. Although he left with serious injuries last time, I have to be careful. What if he's in the crowd outside the Pill Pagoda now? If I show up, won't he know that the misunderstanding between me and the Pill Pagoda has been resolved? Qin Feiyang said. See through the origin of all things? The white-haired old man was shocked and a little incredulous. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, I'm not joking. I've been tricked by him many times because of this fighting soul. So, you have a close relationship with the Mu family? The white-haired old man frowned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly, and he sneered. Sooner or later, I'll uproot this family. Ah. The white-haired old man was stunned, and then he gave him a thumbs up and smiled. I admire your courage. But the Mu family's strength is something that even the Pill Pagoda is quite afraid of. So, I advise you to give up the idea as soon as possible. Since you can't go to the central divine kingdom with me, I'll send a message to the chief pagoda master. As long as he can come to pick us up in person, even if the great ancestor and second ancestor of the Mu family come in person, they won't dare to do anything to you. The white-haired old man said and took out an image crystal. Dong. However, at this time, there was another knock on the door. The white-haired old man was shocked and whispered, You have an appointment with someone else? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head, and his eyes were full of doubts. The waiter of the restaurant. But that's not right. The wine and dishes were already on the table. There was no need for the waiter to come. Who is it? Qin Feiyang asked. Clang. No one answered. However, the door was kicked open by someone. A familiar figure came into Qin Feiyang's sight. Mu Qing. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Mu Qing walked into the private room and chuckled. It's been so long since we last met. I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I dare to forget you? Qin Feiyang chuckled and looked past Mu Qing towards the door. Mu Qing shook his head and laughed. He walked to the dining table, leaned against the chair, crossed his legs, and revealed a cynical smile. People who didn't understand Mu Qing would definitely think that he was a good-for-nothing playboy when they saw his current appearance. But Qin Feiyang would never think so. However, this kind of attitude made him very uncomfortable. Mu Qing smiled faintly and said, "Don't look anymore. I came alone this time, but, speaking of which..." The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and there was a trace of mockery in his eyes. "But what?" Qin Feiyang frowned. In his heart, there was a faint sense of uneasiness. Mu Qing smiled and said, "Even if I came alone, you can't go to the Central Divine Kingdom, let alone see the Chief Tower Master." Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Mu Qing said, "Do you want to know why?" Qin Feiyang said, "If you want to tell me, I'm willing to listen." Mu Qing smiled faintly and said, "Then let's do it." "Do it?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did he mean? The next moment, a scream sounded behind him. Qin Feiyang was shocked and quickly turned his head to look. He saw the young man in purple slowly falling to the ground. And on his chest, there was a bloody hole with blood gushing out. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was extremely shocked. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something and suddenly looked at the white-haired old man. He saw that the white-haired old man was holding a dagger in his hand. That dagger was still dripping blood. Obviously, the young man in purple was killed by the white-haired old man. But why? Wasn't the white-haired old man the divine envoy of the Pill Tower? Logically speaking, he should be protecting the young man in purple. After all, the young man in purple was also someone who knew the truth now. Dong. Suddenly, there was a fierce knock on the door. "Who is it?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Young master, divine envoy, I just heard someone screaming here. Did something happen? Do you need help?" The anxious voice of the waiter came from outside. When the young man in purple and the white-haired old man came to the Purple Cloud House, they asked the waiter about Qin Feiyang's private room. So the waiter also knew that the Chief Tower Divine Envoy was in this room now. Mu Qing looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled, "Do you want me to teach you how to say it?" A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes, and he said to the door, "I have a problem with my cultivation." "It's nothing. Go do your work." "Okay. If you need anything, just tell me." After the waiter finished speaking, he hurriedly left. Swish. Qin Feiyang immediately retracted his gaze and looked at the white-haired old man. "Are you surprised?" The white-haired old man laughed. Looking at the smile on the old man's face and Mu Qing's playful expression, Qin Feiyang had a terrible idea in his mind. "Have you been bought by the Mu family?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Bought?" The white-haired old man shook his head with a smile and said, "You think too simply. Let me tell you." Mu Qing slammed the table and stood up with a smile. "The old man in front of you has two identities. The first identity is the Chief Tower Divine Envoy, and the other identity is my second grandfather." Chief Tower Divine Envoy? Second grandfather? Qin Feiyang's mind was in a mess. It seems too complicated and too sudden. You can't understand it for a while. Then I'll make it simpler. When my second grandfather was young, he had already sneaked into the Pill Tower and became the Chief Tower Divine Envoy step by step. But the senior figures of the Pill Tower still don't know that he is a member of the Mu family. Mu Qing laughed. What? Qin Feiyang's face stiffened. If he still couldn't understand it when it was so straightforward, then he was an idiot. At this moment, he was very bitter in his heart. He thought that this time he could make a comeback and ruin the Mu family's reputation. But he never expected that this white-haired old man was a spy planted by the Mu family in the Pill Tower. In an instant, he was thrown from heaven to hell. God was too good at teasing people. It's not God who is teasing you, it's me who is teasing you. First I let you see hope, then I immediately let you fall into despair. This feeling is not ordinary. As if seeing through Qin Feiyang's thoughts, Mu Qing smiled faintly. Don't think that you can make me think highly of you by saying this. If it weren't for the force behind you, to be honest, I would have played you to death. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Don't you also have a huge force behind you? How powerful is the sun of the great Qin Empire? It's a pity that you can't rely on it. Mu Qing was not angry and retorted. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened and rushed to Mu Qing like lightning. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, grabbing Mu Qing's head. How dare you be so arrogant? The white-haired old man sneered and rushed toward Qin Feiyang with a roar. Temph, let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang snorted and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows. Second grandfather, it's okay. Mu Qing waved his hand and smiled. Such a good opportunity and let him slip away. How can it be okay? The white-haired old man was a little displeased. If that's the case, you're underestimating him. If the pressure could keep him, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the hands of the great ancestor and second ancestor so many times. Mu Qing said. The white-haired old man said gloomily, it's all because of that damn woman. Wrong. Even without that woman, he has a certain life-saving method. Don't forget that the two great ancestors said that he could get the demon dragon's eye and heart because of the castle and the dagger called Chang Shui. I'm now suspecting that the castle and Chang Shui may be divine artifacts comparable to the space-time gate. They can't be underestimated. Moreover, this time, I didn't think of capturing him alive. I just wanted to see his angry expression, and the result didn't disappoint me. Mu Qing said with a smile. Divine artifacts comparable to the space-time gate. The white-haired old man's pupils shrank. At the same time, in the castle, Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy to the extreme. No matter how Mu Qing schemed against him, he didn't care. At most, he would find an opportunity in the future to scheme back. But Mu Qing's last words had touched his bottom line. That's right. He was the son of an emperor. Counting it, he did have a huge force behind him. Although he was unreliable, he had never complained, nor did he expect any help. Because he believed. With his own ability and the group of friends around him who treated him with sincerity, he could still make a name for himself. Logically speaking, he didn't have to be so angry because of Mu Qing's words. But Mu Qing's words had another meaning. He was an abandoned person, and this had always been a pain in his heart. In other words, Mu Qing's previous words were like a dagger fiercely stabbing into his heart, making his injury worse. And this injury was not a physical injury, but a mental and spiritual one. This kind of injury was countless times crueler and more painful than a physical injury. Little Qinzi, don't be like this. Yes, although you have lost a lot, you still have us. Although we are not qualified to be your backers, as long as you say the word, no matter where you go, we will not hesitate to go. Wolf King, Lu Hong, the double-winged snow eagle, the pangolin, and the black dragon snake were all comforting him in a low voice. Because they knew Qin Feiyang too well. They could clearly feel Qin Feiyang's mood at the moment. Suddenly, Wolf King seemed to think of something and said, Little Hong, quickly send a message to Fatso and Yang Wei and tell them not to come back. Yes. Fatso and Yang Wei are still outside. Qin Feiyang quivered. Before Lu Hong took out the image crystal, he took the initiative to take it out. Because Fatso and Yang Wei were still unaware. If they ran back at this time, wouldn't they bump into Mu Qing and Yang Wei? Qin Feiyang, come out. Let's talk. Of course, if you don't care about the lives of Fatso and Yang Wei, I don't care either. But at this moment, Mu Qing's voice came into the castle. What? Have Fatso and Yang Wei fallen into their hands? Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the other beasts suddenly changed color. Boom. Chapter 847. Shua. Inside the pavilion. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air in front of Mu Qing and the white-haired old man, and said gloomily, If you dare to hurt them, I guarantee that you will regret it. Impudent. The white-haired old man shouted coldly and immediately released his emperor's might, imprisoning Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing smiled faintly and waved his hand. Second grandpa, there's no need. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows and retracted his pressure. Then, Mu Qing looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "You can rest assured, the two of them are still very safe." "What exactly do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "It's very simple. Use the conversation record in your hands to exchange for the two of them," Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Isn't your Mu family very strong? You think you're invincible, what's there to be afraid of with a mere conversation record?" Sigh. Mu Qing sighed deeply and said, "Brother Qin, why do you have to do this? Actually, there's no need for us to make such a fuss." "Are you blaming me?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "Why can't you listen? Yes, I admit that I tricked you into coming to the Forgotten Continent with a purpose. But I really have no intention of hurting you. As long as you can follow the script we wrote for you, I guarantee that not only will you be able to escape unscathed in the future, my Mu family will also help you take revenge." Mu Qing said sincerely, "If I follow the script you wrote, what kind of person do you think I, Qin Feiyang, am? Furthermore, if I, Qin Feiyang, want to take revenge, do I need your help?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "Brother Qin, don't say that too early. Although you are the son of the emperor, you may not be as clear as me about the foundation of the great Qin Empire. I can tell you that the experts hiding in the imperial capital are no less than those on the Forgotten Continent. You should know that the imperial tutor has trained a group of death warriors. These people are basically all combat emperors. It's just that I've never appeared in front of anyone before, so not many people know about it," Mu Qing said. "Death warriors." Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart. Mu Qing added, "That's all I can tell you now. Think about it." Qin Feiyang gloomily glanced at the two of them. He suddenly waved his hand and Lu Hong appeared out of thin air. He said, "Destroy the records of that conversation." "All right." Lu Hong nodded and took out the image crystal. "No." Mu Qing extended her hand and shook her head. "I'm not going to destroy the records of the conversation. I'm going to destroy all of your image crystals." "Don't go too far," Qin Feiyang said angrily. "Brother Qin, you can't blame me for this. You can only blame yourself for being too smart. I had no choice but to guard against you. What if you have something up your sleeve? Therefore, only by destroying the image crystal can we completely eliminate all future troubles." Mu Qing smiled. "All right, I'll do as you wish," Qin Feiyang said word by word. He took out his image crystal first and squeezed it hard with his big hand. With a crack, the image crystal instantly shattered. Lu Hong also crushed the image crystal. Mu Qing nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "There's also Wolf King, Black Dragon Snake, and Double-Winged Snow Eagle." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Double-Winged Snow Eagle and Double-Winged Snow Snake don't have image crystals." "No." Mu Qing was surprised. After thinking for a while, she nodded and said, "All right, I believe you. Then call Wolf King out." Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and Wolf King appeared out of thin air. "Long time no see." Mu Qing greeted him warmly. "What's up? You miss me?" "Good, I miss you too. Let's make out." Wolf King teased. "Make out?" Mu Qing's face twitched and she said helplessly, "Forget it. If you bite me when I'm not careful, won't I lose a lot?" "How dare you?" Wolf King smiled disdainfully and took out the image crystal from his energy reserve. He threw it on the ground and crushed it with his foot. "Brother Wolf is really straightforward." Mu Qing gave him a thumbs up and laughed. "Then you have to remember that the enmity between us is irreconcilable," Wolf King said, his eyes flashing with a terrifying ferocious light. "I understand." Mu Qing nodded and smiled. Then she sat at the table and said, "Now that this matter is settled, let's talk about the future cooperation." "Cooperation?" Qin Feiyang, Lu Hong, and Wolf King looked at each other with a trace of mockery in their eyes. Now their relationship with Mu Qing had reached the point where it was either you die or I die. Was there still a possibility of cooperation? "I know what you are thinking, but don't you want to know the secret of the heavenly thunderfire?" Mu Qing smiled faintly. "Secret?" Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed and he said, "You two go to the ancient castle first. I will be outside alone." Lu Hong and Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent them to the ancient castle. Then he sat opposite Mu Qing and sneered, finally willing to talk. The time has come. Mu Qing smiled faintly. She picked up a wine cup and slowly tasted it. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang and said, in the Forgotten Continent, there is a very ancient legend. It is said that a miracle is hidden in a certain place. In the miracle, there are countless treasures. For example, elixir fire, elixir recipes, medicinal herbs, all kinds of divine weapons, and battle arts. Some people even say that there are divine arts, divine weapons, and divine elixirs. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang's face froze. Was there really such a place? At first, we also doubted it. But according to our investigation, this miracle does exist. Because the previous chief pagoda master went to this divine ruin. And she got a lot of treasures. It is said that she got hundreds of perfect battle arts. Mu Qing said. Hundreds. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He couldn't believe it and asked, even if this miracle exists, what does it have to do with those elixir fires? Because only those elixir fires can summon the miracle. Similarly, these elixir fires are the key to opening the miracle. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. No wonder the nether demonic flame couldn't devour those elixir fires. It turned out that there was a hidden meaning. Suddenly, he frowned and said, does the Pill Pagoda know? Of course. And from ancient times to now, these elixir fires have been preserved by the Pill Pagoda. Of course, not everyone in the Pill Pagoda knows this secret. Only the highest power of the Pill Pagoda, such as the previous Chief Tower Master, the Deputy Chief Tower Master, and the Elders know. Mu Qing said. That's strange. Since they know, why did they put such important things in the branches of the 9 regions? Qin Feiyang didn't understand. That's why they are smart. Because in our opinion, such important things must be hidden in the Chief Tower. But it's the exact opposite. They're placed in the various branch towers. Can you imagine this? I'm sure that you never thought of it. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang nodded. If he hadn't heard Mu Qing say it, he wouldn't have thought that these elixir fires would be so important. In fact, the people of the Pill Pagoda are playing psychological warfare. The more important something is, the more dangerous it is to be put in. Isn't there an old saying? The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Furthermore, the current names of those flames are not their true names. For example, the heavenly thunder flame is called the Purple Thunder Divine Fire. Mu Qing said with a smile. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, then how did your Mu family find it? It's not easy. Maybe you don't know, my Mu family is not from the Forgotten Continent. Mu Qing said. I know. Qin Feiyang said. You know? Mu Qing was slightly stunned, then she shook her head and said, you are indeed a scary guy. Qin Feiyang frowned and said expressionlessly, I don't want to listen to nonsense, continue. Okay, I'll continue. My Mu family moved to the Forgotten Continent more than 10,000 years ago. Of course, we have been secretly investigating since we received the news. Do you know how long we have been investigating? It's been 10,000 years, until a few years ago, we found out that the alchemy fire of the various branches is the key to opening the miracle. Mu Qing sighed. Qin Feiyang said, then where is your Mu family originally from? Mu Qing hesitated and shook her head, I can't tell you for now, let's talk about cooperation. I believe you are interested in this miracle. Yes. I am interested. But why should I cooperate with your Mu family? Qin Feiyang said. You must cooperate with us. Because there are a total of 10 flames to open the miracle. Except for the heavenly thunder flame, the ice flame, and the mysterious sky flame, the other 6 are in my hands. If you are not willing to cooperate, then don't think about entering the miracle. Of course, you might say that you can cooperate with the Pill Tower and let them come to my Mu family and take away those flames. But unfortunately, you don't have any evidence now. The Pill Tower people will not believe you, let alone help you. On the contrary, if we cooperate, with your brain and the strength of my Mu family, it will be easy to take away the last flame. And the last flame is called the Heavenly Star Flame, and it is now in the main tower. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, do you know the exact location? Of course I know. My second grandpa is now the oracle of the main tower. It is very easy for him to find out the location of the heavenly star flame. Mu Qing smiled confidently. The white-haired old man said, if you are willing to cooperate with us, this old man can help you forge an identity and sneak into the main tower. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-haired old man, then looked at Mu Qing and lowered his head. Frankly speaking, he was really interested in this miracle. Because now, the enemies he encountered were getting stronger and stronger, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. The most important thing was, his mother was now imprisoned in the divine prison of the imperial capital. The divine prison was located in the back mountain of the imperial palace, and there were countless strong people guarding it, including the state preceptor. If he was not strong enough, let alone rescuing his mother, it would be a problem whether he could even enter the back mountain.